Hello, a very good morning. It's 7 o'clock. Coming up on the show today, a fragile ceasefire holds in Gaza. Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners are due to be released this morning.
And there's a big day of football on the way with 7 matches across the Premier League. We'll hear from Mikel Arteta, Arne Slot and Pep Guardiola as the title race hits a decisive stage.
It's Saturday, the 15th of February. 3 Israeli hostages will be the first released, and then more than 300 Palestinian prisoners to be freed despite a week of threats between Israel and Hamas to dismantle the Gaza ceasefire deal. The Attorney General confirms that the Southport killer's sentence will not be reviewed by the Court of Appeal. Volodymyr Zelenskyy warns that Ukraine has a low chance of survival without US military support, as Donald Trump presses for negotiations with Moscow. Plus, how artificial intelligence modifications are causing a stir in the film industry.
And in sport, Chelsea are thrashed 3-0 by Brighton as they lose ground in the race for the top 4.
Hello, a very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. Our top story, a fragile ceasefire is holding in Gaza ahead of the release of 3 Israeli hostages and more than 300 Palestinian prisoners this morning. It follows a week of high tensions after Israel threatened to resume the war if hostages weren't released. And Hamas said it would withdraw from the truce after what they described as ceasefire breaches. Well, the militant group says indirect negotiations with Israel are to begin next week on the second phase of the deal. Well, these are the 3 Israelis who will be released today. Alexander Sasha Trupanov, a Russian-Israeli citizen, Sigi Dekel-Hen, a US-Israeli, and Yair Horn, an Israeli citizen, are set to be freed after 498 days in captivity. All 3 men were taken from the same kibbutz on the 7th of October. Well, Hamas has agreed to release the men following a week of accusations and threats. On Monday, they said they'd delay it, accusing Israel of violating the ceasefire with shelling and the blocking of aid. This led to counter-threats from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump, who promised, and I quote, "all hell will break out if the release didn't go as planned." In a statement from the Hostages and Missing Families Forum, they said the shocking footage of hostage survivors from Saturday and the latest signs of life prove that time is running out for those still held captive. We must reach a comprehensive and immediate agreement without gaps or delays to return all hostages, the living for rehabilitation and the deceased for proper burial. Well, let's just show you the live pictures from Gaza now, where we are expecting the Israeli hostages to be handed over to the Red Cross in the coming hours. So far, as part of the first phase of the agreement, 21 hostages have been handed over and 766 Palestinian prisoners freed. Well, meanwhile, as this goes on, hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians continue to return to their homes with a renewed sense of urgency, unsure of their own future. Our international correspondent, Diana Magnay, reports.
There is some semblance of life returning to the ruins of northern Gaza. Coffee, kebabs on sale in the Jabalia refugee camp. Young boys salvaging what they can to make the uninhabitable livable again, even if just in the most rudimentary of ways. Shelter, first and foremost. But then for other less basic needs too, the kinds which make you feel that bit more human, more looked after. 2 weeks ago, our team in Gaza filmed this couple in Jabalia returning to the ruins of their home. We obviously need someone to help us. How will we rebuild this? Samir had asked then. Now her grandchildren have come to help. There is laundry hanging up to dry, a tent now to sleep under, even if so much that they once had, that they still need, is inaccessible.
I have blankets, but they're all under the rubble, the best kind. I have more than 20 of them, under the rubble. I have a couch. I have the best mattresses, thick mattresses. For someone my age, I shouldn't have to be sitting around a fire like this. What about my dignity?
The Kamal Adwan hospital in the north of the Strip is not accepting patients. There is no way to treat them here. No way to keep babies alive in broken incubators, in what's left of maternity wards. A little further to the south, though, the Al-Shifa hospital, the largest in Gaza, is operational, if only just, desperately short of supplies. Doctors worried that things could get even worse.
If the ceasefire fails, it will be even more catastrophic. Hospitals are already overcrowded, with no room to receive new patients.
Israel says it is now letting in 600 aid trucks a day through the Rafah crossing in the south. And with Israeli troops now out of the Netzarim corridor, which divided the Strip in two, there is a long snake of traffic travelling both ways. The US president said it was too dangerous for people to carry on living here, but they do, and they say they will not leave.
Israel dreams of Gaza becoming a part of it, but when we die, our children will not forget. This is our land and the land of our grandparents, and our children will stay here whether they like it or not.
All hell did already break loose in Gaza, but the people keep going, praying this ceasefire continues, determined to hold on to their homeland. Diana Magnay, Sky News, Jerusalem.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has warned that without American military support, his country has a low chance of survival against the Russians. It comes as world leaders continue to discuss security at a conference in Munich, which has already been overshadowed by a widening rift between Europe and the United States. Well, speaking to NBC News, President Zelenskyy said the situation could become difficult.
Can Ukraine survive without U.S. military support?
Probably it will be very, very difficult. And of course, in all the difficult situations, you have a chance, but we will have low chance to survive without support of the United States. I think it's very important, critical. But I don't want to think about it. Yes, we have to think about it. I don't want to think that we will not be strategic partners. I don't want to think about it because it will make a pressure on morality of Ukrainians, and it will be worse the thing from the very beginning of the war.
Well, meanwhile, the Foreign and Defence Secretaries have reiterated their support for Ukraine. Writing in the Daily Telegraph, both pledged to give the country the strongest hand in their war against Russia. Well, let's cross Westminster and bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Akas. Morning, Amanda. So tell us a little bit more about what David Lammy and John Healey are saying then today.
So this is an article with quite a pointed message aimed pretty much directly, I would say, at Donald Trump and his team. And on the one hand, as you say, they're really reiterating the UK's previous position, long held, for that kind of concrete support for Ukraine that the Prime Minister was talking about in his phone call with President Zelenskyy yesterday, wrapped up with a warning about the danger of giving in to Putin's demands, as perhaps President Trump seemed to be doing after his 90-minute-long phone call with President Putin earlier this week, but all sort of couched in the Trumpian language of strength. So they talk about Putin only responding to strength, the fact that the West has done too little in the past, particularly following the Russian invasion of Georgia and Crimea back in 2014, talking about the need to give Ukraine the best possible hand to deal with Russia, both in terms of being in the room during negotiations, but in continuing to supply military aid as well as diplomatic support. And of course, we know that yesterday, Sir Keir Starmer repeated the fact that Ukraine is on an irreversible path to NATO membership, again contradicting some of what Donald Trump appeared to be saying following his conversation with President Putin. At the same time, however, there's also a sense that the UK government wants to show it has been listening to what the White House have been saying talking about the need for our European allies to spend more on defence and to do more about its own security, as well as very much sort of signalling the UK's greater defence spending compared to other European countries, although of course we still don't have a timeline for when we're going to hit that 2.5% target that's long been promised. Really highlights the kind of delicate balancing act for our diplomats between standing up for Ukraine while also not getting on the wrong side of the White House. And we know that this week Sir Keir Starmer had a very brief conversation on the phone with Donald Trump as part of a dinner with a special envoy from the Americans in the UK. They talked about the possibility of a visit, and Donald Trump has been talking to reporters about that as well, suggesting it's going to happen very soon.
He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, you know, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's very nice.
On the one hand, I think Downing Street will be quite pleased about the kind of friendly nature of that, talking about that we've got a lot of good things going on. So it does suggest, on the one hand, that their kind of work to engage with Donald Trump is paying off. But on the other hand, quite dismissive, a fairly casual kind of sense, oh, I don't know what he wants to talk about, when clearly we all know there are many issues that need to be discussed, not least Ukraine, of course, but also following yesterday's really quite devastating attack from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, on the UK, singling out the UK and with his concerns about freedom of speech and talking about the laws around protesting outside abortion clinics and so on. Really quite a very critical attack, which really blindsided diplomats there at the conference in Munich. So really just an example of the kind of wild ride of dealing with Donald Trump. But it's going to be a very difficult meeting for Downing Street to prepare for, I'm sure.
Indeed. Amanda, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Thanks very much indeed. Let's take a look now at some of the other stories around this morning. And the Attorney General has confirmed that the sentence of Southport killer Axel Ruda-Cabana will not be referred to the Court of Appeal, despite criticism that his 52-year sentence was unduly lenient. The judge had already said that it is likely that he will never be released. Well, in a statement, the Attorney General, Lord Hermer KC, said it was understandable that we received multiple requests to review the sentence under the unduly lenient sentence scheme, which is designed to identify and remedy gross errors made by judges. After careful consideration of independent legal advice and consultation with leading criminal barristers and the Crown Prosecution Service, I've concluded that this case can't properly be referred to the Court of Appeal. No one would want the families to be put through an unnecessary further court process where there's no realistic legal basis for an increased sentence. Now, a manhunt is underway after a woman in her 40s was seriously injured outside a pub in Sevenoaks. Well, our reporter Molly Malone is outside the Three Horseshoes pub. As you can see, she joins me now. So, Molly, what more can you tell us?
Well, it was just after 7 o'clock yesterday evening that police were called to reports of a disturbance at this village pub. We know that both the police and the ambulance service attended and found a woman in her 40s with serious injuries. Now, the suspect, a man believed to have been known to the victim. Police don't currently know his location. He's understood to have left the scene yesterday evening. On the Facebook page of this pub, they say that the pub will be shut today following what they've called a tragic incident, but no more details as to exactly what happened at this time. We do know, of course, it was Valentine's Day. The pub had a special service, a special menu. People would have been celebrating and having dinner here. This is very much a leafy, suburban, affluent area. We're on a residential road. The pub here feeling very much a focal part of the road, and people speaking to people here this morning, waking up to a police cordon still very much active here. I spoke to one woman just now who said that she heard late last night helicopters circling above, but people clearly waking up to distressing news that a 40-year-old woman has been left with serious injuries after an incident last night, early evening on Friday yesterday.
Molly, thanks very much indeed. Let's go back now to our top story. And a fragile ceasefire is holding in Gaza ahead of the release of 3 Israeli hostages and 369 Palestinian prisoners this morning. Let's get the latest. Our international correspondent Diana Magne joins me now. So, Diana, this is the 6th such swap since the ceasefire deal was agreed. Give us an idea of what we're expecting to see this morning.
Well, it was very unsure, tentative, whether this deal, this exchange would go ahead, given what Donald Trump said earlier in the week, that unless all hostages were released by midday today, all hell would break loose in the Middle East. And then Benjamin Netanyahu making sort of contradictory statements, or it was unclear what he meant by saying all our hostages need to be out. And Hamas earlier in the week saying that they would not release more unless more humanitarian aid was brought into the Strip. But I think after some very intense mediation, Hamas yesterday announced the names of 3 more hostages to be exchanged as part of phase 1 of the ceasefire deal. And now, as you can see from the live pictures, we are seeing the preparations, as we have done 6 times before, for that release, which Hamas likes to stage as a grand act to show that they are not defeated, which, of course, was Israel's objective and is also supposed to be part 2 of the ceasefire, that Hamas is disbanded and withdrawn altogether. Well, I think these moments are a chance for Hamas to say, you have not destroyed us. The 3 hostages who are expected to be released today, all men. Alexander Sasha Trufanov, he's 29 years old. He's a Russian-Israeli. We know that the Russians have been quite active in terms of trying to persuade Hamas to have him released. He was kidnapped from kibbutz near Oz. All 3 of them were from near Oz on October the 7th, alongside his grandmother, his mother and his partner. But those 3 were all released back in November, and he's held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who have released various videos of him over the course of his captivity, 2 more in the last 24 hours, the last where he is actually given the release paper and he looks pleased. And so he is one of the 3. Less live video or video at all of the other 2, one of whom is 46-year-old Iyer Horn. He's an Argentinian Israeli. He and his brother Eitan were both taken hostage, but Eitan is still being held in captivity. And then Sigi Dechelchen, 36 years old. He's an American Israeli. His father, Jonathan, has given quite a lot of statements about him. He has a wife and 2 daughters who survived from kibbutz near Oz, and his wife was pregnant at the time of the attack. So he has a little child, a little girl born whilst he was in captivity. And we understand from Hamas sources that his captives have given him a gold coin to give to his baby daughter. These kinds of things they've done in the past. They have not gone down well with the Israeli public. And then on the live pictures, of course, we can see friends, family members gathered in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, waiting and hopeful that this hostage exchange goes ahead.
Indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on all those pictures, Diana, through the morning, and of course go back to it as soon as we see the first of the hostages released by Hamas, and then later on, of course, those Palestinian prisoners. For the moment, though, Diana, thanks very much indeed. Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, we'll talk to an international negotiator on the latest round of hostage and prisoner swaps as the Gaza ceasefire deal remains in the balance, and more on that in a moment. Plus, as the use of artificial intelligence in films grows, we speak to those asking, when is it too much? Plus, we'll discuss the stories making today's headlines in our news review with the entertainment and royal correspondent at the Daily Telegraph, India McTaggart, and political journalist Alicia Fitzgerald. That's coming up at about 1:45.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle. treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime. They don't care for that. Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away.
So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
In the last 5 years, more than 13,000 farmers have left agriculture in the UK.
Is it going to be viable for the future?
No farmers, no food! The frustration, the anger, the fact that so many of them are at risk of going bust has now become too much.
You've got to keep hope because one day it's going to be okay.
I'm Dan Whitehead, Sky News' West of England and Wales correspondent.
It's scary what's happening in the country.
It's the illegal migrants that we don't want here.
How difficult is this to police tonight? Off the scale. Having the police speak to us so starkly right in the middle of the riot showed just how serious the situation was. The water on board the barge contaminated with Legionella bacteria, an outbreak that was first revealed by Sky News. There have been questions for months over whether the support offered to asylum seekers on the bivvy is sufficient.
A cruel place to put human beings.
From busy cities to rural communities, we spend every day reporting on how big decisions impact real people. The last smoke and steam rises into the sky above Blast Furnace 4.
Today is a day in history in Talbot.
The closure means more than 2,000 job losses.
It just seems madness.
It is a highly contagious infection. South West Water did apologise again.
This is the revenge porn helpline.
They're helping terrified victims.
You've been a victim of a very common type of online crime known as sextortion.
We're making things better for people.
Stonehenge became the latest victim of Just Stop Oil.
Now I can say I've been to the orange Stonehenge.
Sky News, get the full story first, free, wherever you get your news.
Weeknights on Sky News.
This is your chance. Tell people.
Welcome to the Politics Hub.
Our police force has apologised.
If you want to find out about Grimsby, you come to the docks.
I'm live in Jerusalem.
Are you not concerned that that could lead to all-out war?
Hello there, good evening. There are fears of an upsurge in violence. What's at stake here?
You are watching the press preview, a first look at the front pages as they arrive.
Welcome back. Plenty to come, including all the sport with Jackie. And we'll be speaking to an international negotiator about how to sustain the fragile Gaza ceasefire. But first, the BAFTAs and Oscars are a yearly celebration of artistry and creativity. But there's a debate taking place off-screen around how far technology should be allowed to enhance actors' performances. That's because the director of an Oscar-nominated film has admitted to using artificial intelligence to perfect performers' accents, and an industry expert has told Sky News that this will only become more commonplace. Sky's arts and entertainment correspondent Katie Spencer reports.
Perhaps you can help your husband sound less like he shined shoes for a wage.
Critics have called it a 3.5-hour modern masterpiece.
Please pass that back.
But could the Brutalists' awards chances be derailed by a battle that's playing off-screen? With craftsmanship and creativity the focus, its director forced to clarify how it used AI to tweak Adrian Brody's Hungarian.
Pero gracias a Dios.
Now Emilia Perez, a complete unknown, and Dune Part 2 drawn into the debate for using it.
Are you interested in learning more about the Church of Jesus Christ?
Battle lines established to the credits of Hugh Grant's horror Heretic, provocatively declaring no generative AI was used in the making of this film.
With the permission of everyone involved to enhance a performance, AI can be great. It's like makeup or, good lighting or, a really nice set, things like that. It's just when we start to get into a little more frightening territory, when we start talking about, digitally replacing actors.
It's not about politics, it's about emotions.
Stars of the Munich Olympics thriller September 5th concerned about the impact on jobs.
It's a frightening thing. I think I wouldn't encourage anyone to become an actor nowadays.
It's daunting. I don't know, but I don't know where it's heading.
Some of it, I'm sure, will be useful, but I think a lot of the things that are being developed we do not understand, and that does scare me.
Like it or not, AI is coming. From visual effects to script analysis, it's already being used.
And while that might be scary for some, those who are working with AI argue it needs to be seen as a collaborator, not a competitor in the creative process.
Just to save some time, I've already made you.
From a 45-minute sample of my speech, the team at Voice Swap AI were able to create a basic AI version of me.
So me versus AI me, we're both going to say in Lithuanian, "Good afternoon, my name is Katie, this is my voice clone," yeah?
So say I'm an A-lister who needs to speak Lithuanian.
Laba diena, mano vadas Katie ir tai mano balso klonas.
With zero learning required, AI me is fluent.
Laba diena, mano vadas Katie ir tai mano balso klonas.
It sounds like me.
Not only could this tech herald the end of badly dubbed films using different sounding actors, it could also save studios time and money in post-production.
It's almost like a voice double, and then they can do post-production edits even when the actor is not in the studio without needing them to come back and re-record some of the lines.
According to industry publication Variety, next year's Oscars will see entrants required to set out their AI usage. So for those working in film, it is perhaps time to reframe the technology as a sidekick rather than the villain of the piece. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Now, Jackie's here with all the sport.
That's a relief, isn't it? You don't have to learn a language now or learn the script in a foreign language. You can just...
Yeah, do it, and AI will help you with your accent.
Yeah.
And your pronunciation. Very handy.
Super handy. Very, very handy. There was a big kind of ruling yesterday that's got a lot of people talking, the APT, the Associated Party Transaction Rule, which Manchester City challenged legally and won. So this is when you've got very rich owners who want to do some sponsorship deals with an airline that they perhaps might slightly own. The FA went, no, the Premier League said you cannot do that. And it was blocked from 2021. And Man City said, well, why not? You know, and I think a lot of people think, why not? If you've got owners that have got gazillions of pounds and a bottomless pit of money, and they want to give you more money via this deal or that deal, what is the problem? It's not like they're going to run out of money.
Well, the court obviously agrees, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so presumably that's got implications for other clubs.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Newcastle being a great example because, you know, they're owned by Saudi now and they've really been stopped. The brakes have really been put on what they can spend when actually they've got so much money that they could spend and really improve their team and they're not allowed to. So I think it's going to be interesting going forward. Will they be allowed to? Will there be just sort of a release of, OK, yeah, spend what you like? But this is the first step. Interesting that Manchester City, who've got all these charges hanging over them, have won this particular challenge.
And good for them to have a victory, even if it was off the pitch.
Well, because they're not really winning much on the pitch, is that what you're saying? Yes, right, we'll be talking about that. Also, been talking to Alessia Russo of Arsenal ahead of the North London derby and how her life changed forever after the Euros. And a second defeat in the space of 6 days for Chelsea at the hands of Brighton last night. We'll have goals. Golden Point drama for a second consecutive night as Super League returns this week. And news of an injury blow for Keely Hodgkinson. Will she recover in time for the World Athletics Championship?
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
Free, wherever you get your news. The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
Welcome back. In just a moment, we're going to be speaking to an international negotiator as more Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners are due to be released. We've also got the news review coming up when we go through the papers. We've got the Telegraph's India McTaggart and political journalist Alicia Fitzgerald joining us for that shortly.
And it's a big day in the Premier League. It could have an impact on what the title race looks like by the end of it. It was a bad night for Chelsea. If you're a Chelsea fan, you might not want to watch. We've got all the goals. You won't like them.
Let's look at the top story, shall we, in the meantime. And 3 Israeli hostages and more than 300 Palestinian prisoners are due to be released later this morning in the latest round of hostage exchanges in Gaza. Southport killer Axel Ruda-Cabana's 52-year sentence will remain unchanged after the Attorney General confirmed his sentence will not be referred to the Court of Appeal. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has warned his country has a low chance of survival against Russia without American military support. So Hamas are due to release 3 more Israeli hostages today. So far, as part of this first phase of the ceasefire agreement, 21 hostages have been freed, while 766 Palestinian prisoners have been released. It comes after a turbulent week where both sides blamed each other and threatened to end the agreement. Well, joining me now is international negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. A very good morning to you, Nomi. Thanks so much for talking to us again on a day of another expected release of hostages and Palestinian prisoners. And Hamas had earlier in the week threatened to suspend today's releases, hadn't it? But it is now saying that it's going to go ahead as scheduled. It says it's committed to implementing the ceasefire deal. But just how precarious has that deal looked this week, and how important is today?
So it's extremely precarious. It has been extremely precarious since US President Donald Trump suggested that the US take over the Gaza Strip and own it and to expel the 2.4 million Palestinian population, basically flatten it and then rebuild it, and not necessarily allowing them back in. So it's been as a reaction to that, Hamas then said Israel's violating the ceasefire. There are violations on both sides. That was to be expected. But nevertheless, the mediators, Qatar and Egypt, and the US, but mainly Qatar and Egypt, worked tirelessly to get the deal back on schedule. So it is as scheduled, 3 men, all 3 from kibbutz near Oz that lost a quarter of its population and still has 20 hostages in captivity in Gaza. They're going to see 3 of their men return home today.
Well, yes, and Israel has said that if they are not handed over by Hamas by midday their time, so in the next couple of hours, they'll resume intense fighting. So there's a lot riding on these next hours.
Well, first of all, it's not one of them. Sasha Trufanov has been held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And we've seen with releases of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, like the release of, again, 2 near Oz residents, an 80-year-old and a 29-year-old girl, Arbel Yahoud and Gadi Moses. When they were released, it was a very, very nasty, complicated release. They barely managed to get them in Han Yunis, the same venue as the release today. They barely managed to get them across to the stage. So Israel complained. Again, there were mediations. So a more complicated release today, not only for the reason you mentioned with the background and this really holding the ceasefire by a thin thread, but also because we've got both Islamic Jihad and Hamas having to liaise among themselves. Nevertheless, it is going ahead and it's scheduled momentarily. I mean, the ICRC cars are on their way. It could happen any minute. We're not talking about 2 hours. About 5 minutes ago, they reported there's a slight hitch and there's a slight delay. But again, they're continuous negotiations, and I would expect that that the release will be within the coming half hour.
Well, yes, and we will watch closely to see those pictures when they happen. Israel was also very angry at the condition of the last 3 hostages last weekend. If the 3 that we see today are in a similar state of health, could that be another test of the agreement?
Absolutely. So the pressure is on. I think there's been a lot of information flowing right from the time of the release the earlier ceasefire in November 2023. Therefore, we know that the conditions are dire and that they're not in good shape. In fact, the Israeli army and medical teams are bracing for potentially having to evacuate the hostages, or some of them, to hospitals in the Negev, close to the Gaza Strip, before they get to Reim, the exchange point in Israel, where they are just crossing the border from Gaza. It is known that they're not in good shape, but the hope is that they will make it to the designated hospitals in the Tel Aviv area. That is the hope, but there is no guarantee. Seeing the 3 hostages last week in the condition that they were, being made to read statements that, they're basically threatened at gunpoint to read and reportedly had to rehearse for days and then especially on their way, does not bode well. So the pressure, of course, is rising to release all the hostages. After these 3 released, there'll be 6 living hostages left in the first stage, 6 hostages that are alive. And the pressure is on to try to get those released very soon, not next Saturday and the following Saturday, but to try to shorten the period. One important element we haven't mentioned is the Palestinian release of Palestinian prisoners. And today we're expecting over 350 hostages to be released, mainly to the Gaza Strip.
OK, well, Nomi, as ever, really good to get your input on another really important day. We're going to keep a very close eye on events in Gaza. And let's just show the people the scene. Actually, Nomi, will you hang on just a second? We're going to show people the scene now. You were just saying that the Red Cross vans are on their way. Yes. Just to hang on to you just a second longer, because we will see things playing out very shortly.
Yes.
Let me just ask you a little bit about that sense of spectacle that's been put on by Hamas when these hostages have been released. They've been, as you say, escorted by armed gunmen, asked to read out statements. How has that played out in Israel? How have they felt about that?
Well, I think not just in Israel, but I think around the world, it's very clear that they are made to, words are put in their mouths at gunpoint, and it's the same story with the videos that they released. Yesterday, they released, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad released a video of Sasha Alexander Trufanov. He walking on the beach, supposedly, looking not as bad as we would have expected. But of course, they're all curated and it's viewed as propaganda. In Israel, the videos are never, ever, ever aired, but there is reference to them as part of the psychological warfare on the part of Hamas and Islamic Jihad.
OK, well, Nomi Bar-Yaakov, we are now out of time, but thanks so much for joining us this morning, and we will keep a very close eye on events there in Gaza through the morning, of course.
Thank you, Anna.
Now then, it's time to talk sport. Jackie is back. And Jackie, you have done a really interesting interview today with a young footballer.
Yes, so Alessia Russo, who's 25, now plays for Arsenal, was a Manchester United fan. Looking forward to the North London derby on Sunday, tomorrow. And really had to be sort of taught what it means to Aguna, the North London derby, because she is, a Man United fan and she came from Manchester United. So she had to ask Leah Williamson at the club, tell me the significance. Well, she certainly knows it now. She was properly told that it's a match you simply, cannot lose. Got a very good record against Tottenham in this match. But I also want to talk about the Euros. They're coming round again this summer, and the significance of that. Going out there to defend your title, because that's what changed women's football in this country, really forever.
Yeah.
And if they could do something again, it would push it on.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was so raised its profile, didn't it?
Yeah.
And they're seeing that at the club matches as well. They're seeing a bigger turnout, aren't they?
Yeah, much bigger turnout. But, Arsenal have got a particularly good turnout. And, and people like Beth Mead and Alessia Russo, they are household names now, and she can't really go to the shops without people shouting her name. And it changed everything. But that's kind of what they wanted. But this is what she said about looking forward to the Euros.
It was probably the best summer of my life. Not only the tournament and winning it, but just everything around that whole summer was really, really special. And I think anytime you get to represent your country, whether it's a friendly, a tournament, whatever it may be, is a massive honour. And yeah, the Euros is huge. We know it as players. We know how it felt to win it, and we want to go there and defend our title. We again, have so many quality players and a quality backroom staff as well. So, yeah, it will be massive and we're really looking forward to it.
And there'll be loads more of that interview a little bit later on in the 9 o'clock hour, hopefully, because she talks about that and how her life's changed and how she tries to remain normal and eat her mum's lasagna. That's kind of her go-to when she wants to be grounded.
Fantastic, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, and loads more sport coming up. It's a really big weekend, actually. It could really change the complexion of the Premier League. Before that, the Red Cross has arrived in Gaza. Over to you.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's just go to show you the scenes in Khan Yunis in Gaza, where, as you were just saying there, Jackie, the Red Cross vehicles have arrived, waiting to receive the 3 Israeli hostages who are being handed over today by Hamas. This part of what's proved to be a bit of a shaky ceasefire deal that has remained intact, but it's had a difficult week this week. However, we will expect to see these 3 Israeli hostages handed over today, and later on we will see 369 Palestinian prisoners being released from Israeli prisoners later. So the truce was struck nearly 4 weeks ago now, but it has had a difficult week, not least because just last week, Donald Trump's controversial proposal to remove more than 2 million Palestinians from Gaza and settle them elsewhere in the region, that cast some doubt on the future of the ceasefire because there was quite a backlash, to say the least, to that suggestion. We then had Hamas early this week threatening to suspend the hostage release today. They said that Israel wasn't keeping its side of the bargain, but it since then said that it will go ahead as scheduled and it's committed to implementing this ceasefire deal. But those wrinkles have shown just how precarious this ceasefire deal has looked in the last few days. Israel, for its part, has said that if these hostages are not handed over by Hamas by midday their time, as you can see there, it's currently 9:45 in Gaza. Israel has said that if the 3 hostages weren't handed over by Hamas by midday, they would resume intense fighting. So all eyes on that scene in Khan Yunis. We can bring back in Nomi Bar Yaakov now, international negotiator, who's watching those scenes as we do. So Nomi, remind us of what we're likely to see in the next few minutes.
Well, we're likely to see a joint Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas orchestrated, very well choreographed release. We have on the banner statements in Hebrew, in Arabic, in English, with depicting a big poster with all the Hamas leaders, with various flags of the different Palestinian factions, sending a message that the Palestinian factions are united and there to stay. We see a great show of force with arms. The green banners are Hamas and the black ones are Islamic Jihad. Those are the military factions, the Al-Quds brigades. The black ones are the Islamic Jihad and the green ones Hamas, the Ezzadin al-Qassam. Again, those are the military wings of the organization in a tremendous show of presence and force and control, which is what they are trying to do. We're likely again to see speeches that will be dictated to the 3 hostages, and we're not expecting, unfortunately, to see the hostages in particularly good shape. The ages ranging between 29 and 46. And all of them are from the same kibbutz near Oz, a kibbutz that has lost a quarter of its population, either dead or taken into captivity, with 20 still remaining in captivity from this very tiny kibbutz on the border of Gaza and Israel.
And Nomi, I'm just going to bring in Diana Magnay, who is in Jerusalem for us this morning and is again watching the scenes. So, Diana, we're seeing the Red Cross vehicles having parked up now. So tell us exactly what's happened when these hostages are handed over to the Red Cross.
Well, we have seen some particularly chaotic scenes last time that Palestinian Islamic Jihad was involved. And when the hostages pass through the crowds, it feels a little as though they're forcing their way, and as though people are sort of trying to get their hands on them. And it has not been a pretty sight to watch as they are brought up onto the stage and then paraded publicly and forced to read these statements, essentially at the barrel of a gun, and then they are given to the Red Cross and taken to the Negev desert, to the military base, the military base there, and then on to hospitals where they're reunited with family members. So it is a long and painful process until they're finally back with their loved ones. We have seen video this morning of Alexander Sasha Trufimov, the Russian-Israeli 29-year-old who's being held by Islamic Jihad. And that video showed him being shown the release paper and being told that he would be freed today, and he smiles and looks very pleased and looks to be in reasonably good shape. But, you know, last week we saw 3 elderly released who looked painfully thin, and that caused shockwaves here in Israel and across the world at the conditions that these hostages have been held in, many not seeing the light of day, held in very damp tunnels for months and months and months on end. You know, we must remember this is the 498th day that they have been held in captivity. 3 expected to be released today, 6 more alive, and it does look like it will happen pretty soon as they all gather there. You can see Hamas with the green bands, and not on our pictures now, but it's Palestinian Islamic Jihad when you see the gold ribbons and wearing all black. But yeah, it does look as though the release is imminent, and then later in the day, of course, we will be expecting to see the release of Palestinian prisoners, 369 in total today, 36 of whom have been given life sentences in the early 2000s. One of the most significant names we're expecting to see released today is Ahmed Barghouti, the brother of a very senior Hamas militant, and they will mostly be released back to the Gaza Strip, some of them to the West Bank, though, and those with life sentences will probably be deported first to Egypt and then to other countries which have taken them, but Egypt is the first port of call. And that it doesn't wrap up phase 1 of the ceasefire, but given the kind of language that we've heard, first of all from Donald Trump earlier this week, saying that if all hostages weren't released by midnight today, all hell would break loose in the Middle East. Second time he's used that kind of language. Then again, Benjamin Netanyahu threatening that all bets would be off if the ceasefire and the hostages weren't released. Well, I think that Hamas has come back from their position earlier in the week that they wouldn't carry on with the hostage releases because humanitarian aid was allowed into the Strip, or more of it, and after intense mediation from the Egyptian and Qatari mediators to try and put pressure on all sides to keep this phase of the ceasefire deal going. But the big questions as to whether we'll ever get to phase 2, seeing as we don't really believe that negotiations have started in earnest on making that happen.
And Diana, let's take a moment just to remind everybody of who these 3 Israeli hostages who are due to be released today are. Talk us through the individuals.
So these are all men who were taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz on October the 7th. Ia Horn is 46 years old. He and his brother Aitan were taken. He organised parties in the kibbutz. He managed the local pub there. He is an Israeli-Argentinian dual national. Then there is Sigi Dekel Ken, who is 36 years old. He worked for a British charity called JNF UK, which was a sort of British-Israeli charity. He left his home to defend the kibbutz when Hamas militants moved in on October the 7th, leaving his wife and 2 daughters inside their home. They survived. His wife was pregnant at the time and has had a new little girl, a baby girl, since he was taken hostage. So he will be meeting that child, that baby, for the first time today. He's an American Israeli, and we understand that his Hamas captors have given him a golden coin to be given to this baby girl. Then you have Alexander, or Sasha Trufanov. He's 29 years old, a Russian-Israeli citizen. He was taken alongside his grandmother and his mother and his partner, Sapir Cohen, on October the 7th. They were all released in November and have been campaigning to get him released since then. His father, Vitaly, was murdered on October the 7th. So those are the 3 that we're expecting today. We know that the Russian government officials have been very much in contact with Hamas to try and get the release of Sasha Trufanov and another with Russian heritage who is still being held in captivity. But now we believe it is only men and younger men who are being held, Israeli soldiers too. But yes, Yair Horn's brother, Eitan, not one of those released today. And of course, the Palestinian prisoners who we're expecting back, 369 in total today, more than was originally anticipated as part of the phase 1 of this deal. But that has all been under negotiation with the mediators as the ceasefire sort of weeks have progressed. We know that 29 of those are from the West Bank. This is details coming from the Palestinian Prisoner Society. 7 from Jerusalem and the suburbs, 24 who will be deported. Those are all of those who have life sentences. And in addition to them, there are 333 other prisoners who were detained from Gaza after October the 7th. And we will see that release begin once these hostages have been brought back onto Israeli territory.
Yeah, and Diana, you referenced this a little bit earlier on. Israel was extremely angry at the condition of the hostages released last weekend. They were concerned about their health. They said they looked incredibly frail. How much attention will be given to the condition of these 3 men today? And could that be another test of this rather shaky ceasefire, or so it seems to have proved this week?
Yes, I mean, I think that the imagery last weekend was very, very shocking to see these men so gaunt and so frail. They were quite a lot older than the contingent who were being released today, so, less likely to be able to withstand nearly 500 days of captivity. Keith Siegel, who was a 65-year-old US citizen who was released 2 weeks ago, said in a video statement that was that we saw earlier in the week, saying that his captors had treated him worse as the Israeli bombardment continued and worsened. Which I suppose is hardly surprising, especially with food supplies drying up to a certain extent. But yes, of course, that has amplified the pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to try and manage to secure the release of all those hostages who are still alive and still in captivity. But let's not forget that that pressure has been very, very intense, really, since October the 7th. To get the hostages released, as we can see from those pictures of family members and friends in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. And I think that President Trump's inviting him over to the White House, adding his voice to the demands that the hostages be released, has given Israeli society a sense that this president really does have their back in a way that perhaps they felt Joe Biden didn't quite so much in pressuring Hamas, pressuring Netanyahu to get the remaining hostages out. Of course, Donald Trump has made enormous threats that if not all of them are out by midday today, all hell would break loose. But I think given the fact that we will see some kind of exchange, that threat will presumably fade away. But he still seems to maintain that he wants to make Gaza a Riviera of the Middle East. That presumably is a long, long way away from any kind of reality, if it could ever happen.
And we are going to stay on these pictures just a little bit longer, Diana, because we are expecting that those 3 Israeli hostages, their release, we believe, is imminent. So let's just stay on the pictures as we see more vehicles arriving and see what happens. But in the meantime, talk us through the logistics of today, because we know that the Red Cross are there and the hostages are handed into their care. What happens after that?
So they are then driven out of Gaza to the Reim military base in the Negev desert. And from there, they are then brought to a hospital in Tel Aviv where they will be reunited with family members, so long as their medical requirements aren't so urgent that they have to go to a hospital closer to the Reim military base. But once they get onto Israeli territory, it's essentially first port of call into ambulances there, and then onto the hospital in Tel Aviv. We are now seeing essentially that white vehicle, terrorists from Hamas's military wing arriving at the hostage release point in Khan Yunis, dressed in IDF uniforms and military vests, carrying IDF weapons. We understand that the hostages are being brought to this release point in a vehicle that Hamas stole during the October the 7th massacre. So they are really labouring the imagery there, trying to rub in to all of those watching in Israel that they are certainly not defeated, and that is why they will be sort of glorifying in this imagery, in the spoils that they took on October the 7th, in forcing these hostages to read statements where they will presumably be asked to sort of give words of gratitude to their captors before they are finally released from their ordeal once they get onto Israeli soil. But yes, I suppose, for the families, for so many in Israel now and across the world, this is still such a nervous moment as we wait to see, the first pictures of those 3 men, if they are indeed in that white vehicle that we're looking at now, to see what kind of a condition they are in when they are paraded in front of that large crowd of people in Gaza, waiting to see what happens next. A huge crowd set against the rubble that so much of Gaza has now been laid waste to.
The time is now 8 o'clock here in London, 10 o'clock in Gaza. We're showing the scene in Khan Yunis ahead of the release of 3 Israeli hostages, and then later on this morning, more than 300 Palestinian prisoners. According to Hamas, 369 Palestinian prisoners are set to be released from Israeli prisons later on this morning. But we're watching the scenes now as we expect in the next few minutes to see 3 Israeli hostages handed over to the Red Cross. And it follows a week of high tensions after Israel threatened to resume the war if these hostages weren't released today. But Hamas said it would withdraw from the truce earlier in the week after what they had described then as ceasefire breaches. They've since said that this release is on track and that they are committed to implementing the ceasefire deal. Diana Magnay is watching these scenes. She's in Jerusalem for us this morning. And this is a really important day, isn't it, Diana, for this ceasefire deal after what's been a difficult week?
That's right. This is the sixth ceasefire. This is the sixth exchange of the ceasefire deal. And it was very, very tentative. It did not look as though it was going to go ahead earlier in the week. Hamas saying that they would not go ahead with it because they said that Israel was not allowing in sufficient humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, that it was not allowing in shelter, fuel, medical supplies in the quantities that were agreed upon underneath the ceasefire. And I think we're looking now at pictures of Hamas militants talking to a representative from the Red Cross, and imagine being her now. That is a scary position to be in, surrounded by all of those masked men, masked militants, as they discuss how this exchange will take place. She, from the Red Cross, has no sort of protection herself. There with her clipboard, and is now proceeding to the next step. And, these pictures are really meant to show to Benjamin Netanyahu, to everybody in Israel, that Hamas is not defeated. That is why they've come out in such numbers, dressed as they are, AK-47s up in the air, to show that despite this horrific bombardment that they precipitated on the people of Gaza because of their actions on October the 7th, that despite that, Hamas has not been destroyed. And of course, we heard from Antony Blinken in one of his final speeches saying that the Americans believe that as many new Hamas recruits have been brought into, the ranks as were lost under Israeli bombs over the course of these 15, 16 months. And now they appear to be signing some kind of exchange document between this Hamas commander and the representative from the Red Cross, and giving a Hamas stamp, a degree of formality to these exchanges. We saw earlier a video that Palestinian Islamic Jihad released relating to Alexander Sasha Trufanov, one of the hostages, Russian-Israeli 29-year-old hostage who's due to be released today. We saw a video they released of him yesterday with a fishing rod by the seaside in Gaza. Looking fairly well, given the circumstances. And then this morning, another video released by Islamic Jihad with a stamped piece of paper, which was apparently his release form. And it was showed to him, and he looked, suitably overjoyed. Those videos are not put onto public display here in Israel, but people will be very clear that they are in existence. His family members, of course, too, will have seen them. And now that degree of formality between the Hamas commander and the Red Cross representative seems to have taken place. And we presumably, at some point in the not too distant future, should see the first of those three men due to be released today coming out of one of those cars. And I'll remind you just of who they are. It's Alexander Sasha Trufanov, who I was just talking about, who was in captivity by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, another militant group within the Gaza Strip. Hamas has been coordinating his release. Presumably, you now see cameras around the car, so probably somebody will be coming out. Then Sigi Dekolchen, 36-year-old US-Israeli citizen, father of three, and also Yair Horn, who is 46 years old. And that is Sasha Trufanov, the 29-year-old Russian-Israeli citizen who was held hostage by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who you can see in the black uniform now with the gold headbands. He is the first hostage released from captivity that we can see wearing that red hoodie. We have seen already in the past 24 hours 2 videos in which he looks relatively well. He now has a beard. But Palestinian Islamic Jihad seem to delight really in releasing videos of him during captivity. We've seen 6 of them, 4 back in November, where he was sort of given various messages to read out, saying that the Israeli bombardment was only making matters worse for him. And now we are seeing all 3 of the hostages on stage, brought into the lineup by representatives from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who were the 2 groups who were holding them. And presumably we will hear them give some kind of statement, those white pieces of paper. Perhaps they are the release form. They seem to be holding something in those plastic bags, although it's hard to tell what exactly that is. But there we have, not looking as bad as that Yair Horn on the left, 46-year-old Yair Horn, Argentinian and Israeli dual national. And on the right of your screen there is Siggy Deckel-Ken, who seems to be about to speak. I don't know if we can hear him from that live feed. Not yet. No audio yet that we can hear. But there are the 3 hostages who, compared to the figures that we saw, older men, much older men released last week, who looked terribly sick, terribly gaunt. These 3 look as though they have been able to withstand their nearly 500 days in captivity a lot better. And we are expecting them to have to read out some kind of statement that presumably their captors have written for them before they are allowed to leave and be handed into the protection, really, of the Red Cross, who will then drive them out of the Gaza Strip, finally, after all this time, and later today into the hands of their family. And of course, as part of this deal, we will be seeing the release of 369 Palestinian prisoners from jails in the West Bank later on. Most of those will return to the Gaza Strip. Most of them were taken prisoner by the Israeli Defense Forces after October the 7th. But then there are lots with 36 who have life sentences, who were arrested, between in the early in the years of the Second Intifada, in the early years of this century. And there you see pictures too from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where they are holding up images of the remaining hostages and clearly overjoyed to see these 3 men alive on stage, soon to be returned to their families and to, all of Israel, who have been so determined to get the hostages home. And we know that there are 6 more Israeli men, soldiers, who are expected to be released as part of phase 1 of the ceasefire deal. More should be released in phase 2, but really the negotiations for phase 2 have fallen by the wayside as Egyptian and Qatari mediators have been trying their very hardest to make sure that even this sixth hostage exchange goes through. But Anna, as I was saying, I think it will be a relief to the family members to see those 3 men looking at least in slightly better condition than those who were released this time last week. Looks like sort of flowers that Sasha Trufanov there is holding in his bag. But yes, all 3 of them, I suppose, just waiting out these last moments of what has been an incredibly long ordeal, nearly 500 days. We can see there that Sigi Dekel seems to be holding some sort of trophy, some kind of ornament, which presumably Hamas gave him. We understand that he has been given a gold coin to give to his new little baby girl who was born 2 months after he was taken hostage, who he will not yet have met. And he's now being escorted by Hamas, presumably to the hands of the Red Cross. And you can see how well those militants are kind of stage managing this whole procedure, which I must say is far less chaotic than what we saw before when some of the female hostages were released earlier in phase 1 of this deal, where the crowds were swarming around them, where they were really fighting to get through. This seems to be more carefully managed, and I wonder whether that was also part of the negotiations which the mediators, said needed to be maintained, that there was some semblance of sort of order for these men in the final moments of their captivity. And I think that there is Sigi Dekel, who is a US-Israeli citizen, being walked off by Hamas, filming as they go, and into the hands of the Red Cross. We understand that 6 more hostages are to be released as part of this deal. And there you can see, gosh, they must be relieved to just be passed finally into the hands of the Red Cross. And there you can see also family members, hands up against their faces, tearful, hopeful. I think the third from the left, I believe, with the long dark hair, is Sapir Cohen, who is the partner of Alexander Sasha Trufanov. She was released in November last year. She spoke of the months that she spent in captivity in a very damp tunnel, lying in conditions where mold would grow on the tiny amounts of pita bread that they were fed so quickly, really never seeing the light of day. That is Sasha, 29-year-old Sasha Trufanov. We believe that he spent 2 birthdays in captivity in the nearly 500 days that he was there, held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We don't know if he knows that his father Vitali was murdered on October the 7th, and that is, an additional cruelty that some of these hostages have faced after their release, hopeful that when they return to Israel, they would return to family members, and only then to discover that their family members were either murdered on October the 7th or died in captivity. So additional horror on top of what they have already experienced. And we know from some of those videos that were released by Islamic Jihad of Sasha Trufanov when he was in captivity. In one of them, he said that Mum and Dad wait for me at home. So presumably at that point in November, he did not know that his father, Vitaly, had been killed on October the 7th. So this, of course, is by no means the end of the road for these men who have endured so much these last year and 3 months. But for them, finally, it does look as though those vehicles moving now towards the border between Gaza and Israel from Khan Yunis, which is the town in the south of the Strip, where these images are coming from, heavily bombed by Israel, as you can see from the rubble in the background. But that Red Cross convoy now making its way towards the Israeli border, towards the Reim military base, where they will then be handed over and reunited with their families and transferred from there to the Suraski Medical Center in Tel Aviv and the Sheba Medical Center for further treatment. And that is the green flag of Hamas waving in the foreground as the Red Cross convoy continues. There on the left, the gold-black of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, one of the other of several militant groups in the Gaza Strip. And a lot of these hostages, you know, weren't just held by Hamas, they were held by families, by other militant groups. It took some coordination between Hamas and those other groups to get the hostages together. And I think it is very important as part of Hamas's propaganda, really, that they film these exchanges in the way that we have just seen, and that they are seen to be visible in their trucks, holding their AK-47s, not defeated, despite Benjamin Netanyahu's, declamations that Hamas would be destroyed. That is clearly not happened over the long months of Israel's bombardment of the Gaza Strip.
Diana, thanks very much indeed. So Alexander, Sasha Trupanov, Sigi Dekelhen and Yeye Horn, 3 hostages released by Hamas in the last few minutes and handed over to the Red Cross. We'll have plenty more coverage through the day, as later we expect 369 Palestinian prisoners to also be released. A big day for this ceasefire deal. Diana Magnay, thanks very much indeed. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has warned that without American military support, his country has a low chance of survival against the Russians. It comes as world leaders continue to discuss security at a conference in Munich, which has already been overshadowed by a widening rift between Europe and the United States. Speaking to NBC News, President Zelenskyy said the situation could become difficult.
Can Ukraine survive without U.S. military support?
Probably it will be very, very, very difficult. And of course, in all the difficult situations, you have a chance, but we will have low chance to survive without support of the United States. I think it's very important, critical. But I don't want to think about it. Yes, we have to think about it. I don't want to think that we will not be strategic partners. I don't want to think about it because it will make a pressure on morality of Ukrainians, and it will be worse the thing from the very beginning of the war.
Well, as talks and negotiations on policy between the nations continue, Sky's security and defence editor Deborah Haynes explores whether all the talk will make any difference.
The backslide away from
they came expecting to hear about global threats and how to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Instead, Donald Trump's deputy blasted his allies over the state of democracy in Europe, accusing them of censorship and attacks on free speech.
In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership, We may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square, agree or disagree.
Germany's defence minister making no attempt to hide his displeasure.
Democracy does not mean that a vociferous minority will automatically be right and they cannot decide what truth is. It does not mean that anyone can say anything, and democracy must be able to defend itself against extremists that try to destroy it.
The clash reflects growing friction between Europe and the new White House as world leaders gather for an annual security conference in Munich. The fate of Ukraine most acutely on everyone's mind. Donald Trump's top envoys held their first meeting with the Ukrainian president.
We need to speak more, to work more, and to prepare the plan how to stop Putin and finish the war.
It's important for us to get together and start to have the conversations that are going to be necessary to bring this thing to a close.
But Volodymyr Zelenskyy is in a bind, reliant on American support, yet resolved to stick to his own red lines.
Will you or anyone from your delegation be meeting any Russians here? Donald Trump said there's going to be meetings here in Munich. Is that happening?
First of all, I don't want to meet just with Russians, just to meet for what? No, we see the order of meetings. As I said, the order is United States, Europe, then Russia. Be ready to this meeting. That is the first.
There's a real concern here that Europe is being sidelined and Ukraine's future put at risk by Donald Trump's plans for peace talks with Russia. One diplomat said to me it's a disaster and that European officials will be talking here with their American counterparts, trying to make sure that Europe's voice is heard.
But then, even if it is, will the White House be listening? Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Munich.
Well, meanwhile, the Foreign and Defence Secretary have reiterated their support for Ukraine. Writing in the Daily Telegraph, both pledged to give the country the strongest hand in their war against Russia. Well, let's cross to Westminster and bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Acas. So, Amanda, this is David Lammy and John Healey, isn't it? Tell us a little bit more about what they're saying then this morning.
Yes, so both of them are there in Munich attending this conference. And indeed, David Lammy today is set to be appearing in sessions talking about the future of Ukraine and also co-hosting a roundtable about migration. But yes, he and the Defence Secretary have written this article for the Telegraph as well, really restating the UK's support for Ukraine, which the Prime Minister yesterday described as concrete in a phone call with President Zelenskyy, warning really of the dangers of not showing strength in response to Putin's aggression and of seeming to give in to his demands, which is a bit of a not so veiled criticism of some of Donald Trump's comments after taking part in that 90-minute long unilateral phone call starting peace negotiations, he claims, with President Trump. And also really reiterating the importance of security guarantees for Ukraine, the continuation of lethal aid, because, of course, we know that Sir Keir Starmer yesterday also committed to an irreversible path to NATO for Ukraine, again, contradicting what the President and the White House seem to have been saying following that call with President Putin. At the same time, there's also a message there for the White House within this article, wanting to show that they have been listening to the Trump team's concerns, making the point that Europe will be doing more to share the burden of its own defence, saying we will and we must. The UK government has promised to raise defence spending to 2.5%, not the 5% that Trump has been talking about, although we still don't have a date for that 2.5% target to be hit. But all of this really just demonstrating the kind of tricky balance for diplomats in terms of both reinforcing support for Ukraine without getting into Donald Trump's bad books and seeming to criticise him too openly. Sir Keir Starmer has had a phone call with the American president this week, a very brief one, during a dinner with the special envoy to the UK in Downing Street. And he was sort of handed the phone during that meeting. And they discussed, it seems, a visit to the White House that is due to happen very soon. Donald Trump has been speaking to reporters about it as well.
He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, You know, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy.
So once again, fairly mixed messages from the White House. On the one hand, positive language about Sir Keir Starmer himself, talking about the fact they get on very well. I think that will please Downing Street. They put a lot of effort into trying to boost the relationship with the two men with a number of phone calls and meetings that they've had since Sir Keir Starmer became Prime Minister. But at the same time, the kind of fairly flippant tone of he doesn't know what they're saying he doesn't know what they're even going to talk about. Coming off the back of J.D. Vance's speech yesterday at Munich, where he really hit out at the UK and other countries in Europe, suggesting that freedom of speech and the future of democracy is at stake and a greater threat than other countries like Russia and China, which was really something that blindsided diplomats and officials from the UK team. So, as ever, with the Trump team in the White House, a bit of a wild ride ahead for the UK's diplomatic teams.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how that all plays out. Amanda, thanks very much indeed. Let's take a look now at some of the other stories around this morning. And the Attorney General has confirmed that the sentence of Southport killer Axel Ruda-Cabana will not be referred to the Court of Appeal, despite criticism that his 52-year sentence was unduly lenient. The judge had already said that it is likely that he will never be released. In a statement, the Attorney General, Lord Hermer KC, said it was understandable that we received multiple requests to review the sentence under the unduly lenient sentence scheme, which is designed to identify and remedy gross errors made by judges. After careful consideration of independent legal advice and consultation with leading criminal barristers and the Crown Prosecution Service, I've concluded that this case cannot properly be referred to the Court of Appeal. No one would want the families to be put through an unnecessary further court process where there is no realistic legal basis for an increased sentence. A manhunt is underway after a woman in her 40s was seriously injured outside a pub in Sevenoaks. Police were called to the Three Horseshoes just after 7 following reports of a disturbance. The male suspect is believed to be known to the woman and is still on the run. A fire has torn through the luxurious Chiltern Firehouse Hotel in London, forcing the evacuation of around 100 people. It was due to host a BAFTAs after-party tomorrow. No one has been injured. While the cause of the fire is unknown, the hotel will be closed until further notice. A UN convoy in Lebanon has been attacked while taking peacekeepers to Beirut airport. UNIFIL's outgoing Deputy Force Commander, who was returning home after completing his mission, was amongst those injured. Now then, Jackie is here and she's got all the sport, and I'm not sure what we're going to chat about.
Well, let's talk about
so much to talk about.
Alessia Russo, because I've been chatting to her.
Yes.
And she's one of my favourite players when she's playing for the Lionesses, and she was so great at the Euros where she came off the bench and popped up and scored all these crucial goals. And now she's, you know, star goal scorer at Arsenal from Man United and heading into the North London derby on Sunday, tomorrow. And she had to be taught what it all meant, the North London derby, so Spurs against Arsenal, you know, what's the significance and how important is it that we win? Obviously, very important that Arsenal win that. But the Euros are coming round again, and it's funny, isn't it? You know, going into the Euros this time for the Lioness, it's a very, very different prospect because the expectations are so much higher. You are the holders.
The pressure is on.
The pressure is really on. Everybody knows what you look like. It's just so different to last time when they were all kind of flying under the radar and suddenly they were in the semi-finals and everyone was like, whoa, they're in the semi-finals. Now everybody will expect at least a semi-final.
So more pressure, and yet they're more assured, presumably, as players. And
yes,
they've
older, wiser.
A lot of tests.
Yeah, absolutely. New players have come in. So it was just interesting, you know, talking to her about how she keeps grounded. And she talks about when you go out on the pitch and a lot of people are looking at you, 55,000 or 90,000, you almost have to take on a different persona because, you know, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And when you're off the pitch, you know, you're somewhere else. Anyway, so talking to her, also, we'll have some goals for you. A second defeat in the space of 6 days for Chelsea at the hands of Brighton. It's not been a good run for Chelsea. It's great for Brighton, though. Golden Point as well. Golden Point drama. For a second consecutive night as Super League returns this week. And the news of that injury blow for Keely Hodgkinson. Will she recover in time for the World Athletics Championships? All to come.
I saw police being forceful, pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests. Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support.
Free, wherever you get your news.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles.
Welcome back. Let's remind you of our top stories now this morning. And 3 Israeli hostages have been released by Hamas in the last hour. And more than 300 Palestinian prisoners are due to be freed later this morning as part of the fragile Gaza ceasefire deal. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has warned his country has a low chance of survival against Russia without American military support. Southport killer Axel Rudicabaner's 52-year sentence will remain unchanged after the Attorney General confirmed his sentence will not be referred to the Court of Appeal. So Jackie is back, and tell us more about Alicia Russo, because you had a really good chat with her.
We had a really good chinwag, chatting amongst other topics, England's victory at the Euros and how that changed her life, the Euros coming up this summer, a national broadcaster saying that no one cares about women's football. She's quite cross about that question, understandably. But we started with talking about the North London derby, which is tomorrow, and how she had to be educated about the significance of Arsenal, who she now plays for, against Tottenham.
As soon as you sign for Arsenal and you become an Arsenal player, you understand the history of the North London derby, the rivalries within the clubs, and I like to talk to Lotta and Leah about it because they're like lifelong Gooners. So they grew up in the club, they've played, and they're massive Gooner fans. So I think if you understand it from their point of view as well, coming into the club, it's a game that you must win.
How important is it that Arsenal win something this season? Is the league gone, do you think?
I mean, it's tough. Obviously, we're realistic and we understand that there's a big gap at the top now, but we're still pushing. We have a massive end of the season. We're still in Champions League, we're still in the FA Cup, and we're still pushing for the league. I think every game matters from now through to the end of the season, and absolutely, as a club, we want to win trophies. As a player, I want to win trophies. So we know that what we've got left in this season, we're going to be doing everything we can to win it.
Now, the Euros are coming round again. How important is it that England do well again in that tournament to really make the most of the momentum that women's football got the last time, you know, to push on from that? Because that was a game changer, wasn't it?
It was, for sure. And it was probably the best summer of my life. Not only the tournament and winning it, but just everything around that whole summer was really, really special. And I think anytime you get to represent your country, whether it's a friendly, a tournament, whatever it may be, is a massive honour. And yeah, the Euros is huge. We know it as players. We know how it felt to win it. And we want to go there and defend our title. We, again, have so many quality players and a quality backroom staff as well. So yeah, it will be massive and we're really looking forward to it. But we've got a massive end to the season domestically as well first.
Did life change for you a lot after the Euros in terms of recognition, or just walking to the shops with your family?
Yeah, it did. It was quite unexpected, to be honest. It almost felt like overnight our names were recognised a lot more. It was quite an adjustment coming out of the tournament because, yeah, it was pretty intense with how it was. And obviously when we were in the tournament, we were so closed off. We were in our own little bubble, working hard and switched off from the outside world. And then as soon as we won the final, the next day we had a parade and then we were let back to normal life, and it was
released to the wild.
Released to the world, yeah. It was crazy. It was tough to begin with because it was so new and things were so different. But it's what we've wanted for the women's game for years, and it's come now, and yeah, we're fully respected, and that tournament was really important for us.
And what does it make you feel like when national radio presenters say things like, oh, women's football, no one cares, as happened this week?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you wanted to see that women's football is respected and is cared for, we've got a North London derby next Sunday, and there's already 55,000 tickets sold, and we won the Euros in front of 90,000 people. I think, yeah, don't particularly want to give it too much airtime, but I understand that, yeah, the people that know, and if you want to see, then come to the North London derby on Sunday, where it'll be full of our fans who are incredible and back us through to the end. And yeah, I'm grateful to be a part of a club that shows exactly how women's football is.
What do you do when you're training and you finish and you go home? What do you do?
I like to do normal stuff that a normal 25-year-old girl likes to do. I like to go and get my nails done. I like to go to the spa. I like to go out to nice restaurants for dinner with my friends and family and watch a show on Netflix. Like, I live a very normal life away from football, which is nice. I have my people and my little bubble, and I think that's really important for me to be at my best when we're playing in front of 55,000 people, because you almost have to go within yourself to find this new energy in front of these amazing fans that are with you, that when I go home, I'm just Alessia that likes to do normal things.
So that's Alessia Russo, the life and times of ahead of the North London derby on Sunday. But there were some matches last night. There were plenty of goals. If you're a Chelsea fan, you might want to look away briefly now.
Staying connected is vital for business. Sky Business sponsors this report.
Meanwhile, clubs themselves are also conscious of how important relationships with parents are.
Hopefully today sets the scene a little bit. First task, guys, just to see where your thinking is if you scan that QR code.
Used to be years ago, you had this vision of players standing outside a room and coming in to see the head teacher and being told you can kept or not. That's gone. We have 4 formal catch-ups with the parents throughout the year. Our doors are always open to the parents to come and speak to us at any point. There's so much online information they access. The key bit for us is managing that narrative as they go on the journey. So educating parents as well, because the pressure that often comes for people to be footballers doesn't come from the football clubs. That message has changed. What we want to say is, right, come to our club, we'll look after you from nutrition, we'll look after you from a medical perspective, we'll look after you from a football perspective, you'll train in great facilities, we have wonderful coaches, you go and enjoy the journey, you'll do multi-sports, quite a different experience from many people anticipate academies actually are. But what we also need to do is make sure that mum and dad, when they go in the car after the game, aren't just focusing on becoming a Premier League footballer, because we accept that they're not all going to be that. But if we actually take the journey for what the journey is, we'll produce good footballers, but also good people off the back of that.
One parent who's hopeful their son is going to make it is the former Premier League midfielder Darryl Powell. His son Jayden, who's just turned 17, has signed a 3-year scholarship at Nottingham Forest. So we've come along to have a chat with both of them on what could be a very big day for Jayden. Hello, mate.
Hi, mate.
Good to see you.
You good?
I'm all right, thank you. Do you mind if I pop in? Because you know how tough it is, and because you're also a caring parent, you want what's best for your sons. How do you look at it?
I think there are more parents than you think that are footballers and had good football careers that have got sons that are now involved in football. I've seen a lot of them on the circuit. I do share my experiences with Jayden. I do share the pitfalls, the joys. I really try and make a point of him to try and express yourself, try and embrace it, try and enjoy every moment. You don't know how long it's going to last.
There he is.
You okay?
Good to see you, Jane. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Come on then, what's for breakfast?
I'm gonna make scrambled eggs with smoked salmon on toast.
When you got the nod that you were being kept on, did you know which day you were going to find out and get that decision from Forest?
We just sat down with the academy manager. My mum and my dad was there, and then they told us. But the day was organised, yeah.
What was going through your mind?
I feel like you gotta just believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, then other people won't.
When you consider all that your dad's achieved in the game, having his advice and his guidance, does that help?
Yeah.
Or does it add more pressure?
Because my dad has been like where he's been, he's played in a World Cup and stuff. People expect a lot because like your dad's done it, you can do it, and then people, when you do something good, they'll say it's because your dad, he can get you there or whatever. It's helpful as well because he can tell you what to deal with, how to deal with things, because he's been through it all.
There's something else quite big happening today, Jayden.
Yeah, my GCSE results. Oh, gosh.
But your dad's made it very clear you've got to have a backup because, of course, you don't know what's going to happen in the next few years.
You know, when you talk to, like, people that haven't made it, like the coaches at football that say, I've been through the journey, they say how hard it is to get through, and then you're like, well, maybe I do have to try a lot in school because it might not work out. I'm going to rush it, I'm just going to keep working hard.
Jayden's older brother, also Darryl, was an academy footballer himself. Injury robbed him of the chance of progressing to professional level, but he's come to support Jayden today.
Just the one. See you later. Job done.
Have a good day, yeah? Hope training goes well.
Cheers.
And don't forget to tell your mum how the results go from GCSEs. You can tell me later when I see you.
How does it feel now going to get your GCSE results compared with that D-Day when you found out whether Forest were going to offer you a 3-year contract or not?
It's not really as exciting. It's more like, hopefully I did good, bit of nerves. My predicted grades are already quite good, so I'm on like a B.Tech program.
Look after Del. Yeah, he's got some high expectations. See you on the other side.
See ya.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have you not owned it yet?
Nah. I'll wait until we get in the car. Yes! I passed it! Yes!
That's what English.
Yeah, I passed everything. I passed everything. Yes.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah,
Fantastic.
thank you. Oh yeah. Oh, I passed everything.
That must feel weird. You've just got your GCSE results and you're going into.
Sky Business sponsors this report.
Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, we're going to take you through the newspapers once again in our news review with the entertainment and royal correspondent at The Telegraph, India McTaggart, and political journalist Alicia Fitzgerald. That's coming up shortly.
We arrive. A secret hospital hidden in the Myanmar jungle, treating the victims of this bloody war. This is Myanmar today. Its military rulers don't want the world to see, but we have.
I fight for my own future. I fight for my generation's future.
This is an actual crime. They don't care for that. Myanmar army is only a couple of kilometers away. So this is a major humanitarian disaster.
In the last 5 years, more than 13,000 farmers have left agriculture in the UK.
Is it going to be viable for the future?
No farmers, no food! The frustration, the anger, the fact that so many of them are at risk of going bust has now become too much.
You've got to keep hope because one day it's going to be okay.
I'm Dan Whitehead, Sky News' West of England and Wales correspondent.
It's scary what's happening in the country.
It's the illegal migrants that we don't want here.
How difficult is this to police tonight? Off the scale. Having the police speak to us so starkly right in the middle of the riot showed just how serious the situation was. The water on board the barge contaminated with Legionella bacteria, an outbreak that was first revealed by Sky News. There have been questions for months over whether the support offered to asylum seekers on the bivvy is sufficient.
A cruel place to put human beings.
From busy cities to rural communities, we spend every day reporting on how big decisions impact real people. The last smoke and steam rises into the sky above Blast Furnace 4.
Today is a day in history in Talbot.
The closure means more than 2,000 job losses.
It just seems madness.
It is a highly contagious infection. South West Water did apologise again.
This is the revenge porn helpline.
They're helping terrified victims.
You've been a victim of a very common type of online crime known as sextortion.
We're making things better for people.
Stonehenge became the latest victim of Just Stop Oil.
Now I can say I've been to the orange Stonehenge.
Sky News, get the full story first, free, wherever you get your news.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave!
For many people, Harvey is far from over.
People here believe the water will be this deep for weeks.
I'm Greg Milam and I'm Sky's Chief North of England correspondent.
Are you trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
Sky News, the full story first.
Time now for another look at the morning newspapers. This morning I'm joined by entertainment and royal correspondent at the Daily Telegraph, India McTaggart, and political journalist Alicia Fitzgerald. So welcome back to both of you. And in the last hour, I had to rudely cut you off because we ran out of time, talking about the Eyes front page, Alicia. We didn't have much time to delve into it, so at leisure, tell us a little bit more about what this front page is all about.
I'll take my time. So in the past week particularly, we have seen a massive push from the Labour government to show just how tough and how strict they are and how serious they are about illegal migration. We've seen various bits of footage released in the form of kind of social media campaigns and adverts from Labour, basically saying if you come here illegally, this is what will happen, you'll get deported, and all of the various consequences that would entail. This is them taking that a tiny bit further, where we found out that the UK government have been putting out messages in Albania to target Albanian illegal immigrants who in 2022 were the highest volume of people arriving here by small boat, to basically say, don't come to the UK, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Obviously, I imagine hoping that wouldn't get back to us. In these messages, they've said Britain is bigoted, expensive, has few jobs going, house prices, Brexit, discrimination and the cost of living all make it a bad place to live. And the irony of that, when they tell us every single day, it's not so bad, Brexit was really good, house prices aren't so bad, you're all complaining, everything's wonderful here. I think that is quite a hilarious story and really got a lot of irony to it.
That's amazing.
But it's also interesting that there is this kind of work going on to try to stem the number of migrants coming to this country. They've got a deal with Albania, haven't they, which has proved pretty successful. But it's all part of quite a big push that we're seeing now from Labour to at least be high profile about their efforts to get the numbers down.
Absolutely, and we have to remember, you know, they're not asylum seekers from Albania, so I think it makes sense to try and get the numbers down. But how ironic that they're using that kind of messaging to say, don't come, it's all terrible.
OK, let's move on to another story that you spotted inside the Telegraph, India. And this is apparently, reportedly, a recording of the... Is he chief executive or the boss?
Yes, the chairman and chief executive officer of JP Morgan. He's been recorded reportedly speaking to his employees, speaking about Gen Z working from home habits, essentially. He is raging against them, speaking to staff, saying quite a bit of swearing involved, that young people...
Leave that bit out, shall we?
We'll leave that bit out, but that young people are abusing work from home. They spend all their time on Zoom. They're distracted by their phones. They never come to the office, particularly on Fridays, which we know is a bit of a sticking point for a lot of employers. It's damaging their careers long term. A particular quote that I liked is him just saying there is not a single person you can get a hold of on Friday. And he's like, I'm working 7 days a week and have been since the pandemic started. It follows a grumbling in general by JP Morgan staff after they were required to come back 5 days a week.
Because they had been allowed to work from home 2 days a week, it says here.
Exactly, yeah.
Full-time attendance.
Exactly. So they had 2 days a week from home, and now it's like absolutely no questions asked. He's saying you're coming back or you're out, and if you want to quit, quit. But people who don't want to come in, you're not welcome here. It's not the kind of culture that we're trying to foster, and I understand that, you know, and I really do think it damages long-term career opportunities for young people when they decide not to work from
Well, yeah, and it's notable that he himself doesn't comment on this apparent leak, and it says JP Morgan has declined to comment, but it does raise an issue that we are hearing about a lot, this adjustment back post-pandemic from a sort of working from home culture to try and get people back into the office. Some companies have thought we can save a bit of money, we don't need so much office space if more people work from home or we rotate people. But it has changed working cultures, hasn't it? And people are still adjusting.
It absolutely has, and we're even hearing it in kind of political and government rhetoric as well. There's a bill passing through government, it's the Workers' Rights Bill, and there are lots of clauses in there about all employers basically, if possible, having to offer people the chance to work from home, because that's just how much importance is being placed on it by members of the public and by people. I always kind of sit on the fence with this because I think it so depends on the job. We can't work from home. It'd be really weird if you were presenting the news show on Zoom. I imagine that would probably not be the best experience for everyone. And the same with, you know, doctors, anyone doing specific jobs which absolutely would not make sense. That's a separate thing. I do think, though, there are some instances, and I know various people who do jobs and would happily say this about them, where on a Friday, the whole company aren't doing an awful lot. They are kind of, it's the tick box day, it's for tidying up errands, it's for finishing things, and everyone feels like it is not necessary to be in the office. So I think it's so dependent on what job you do and what sector that job's in and what your general company culture's like. So I think these kind of big sweeping statements are not always super useful for everyone.
I do just think, though, if we're going to sort of pin Friday as this administrative useless day, should we not just then move to a 4-day work week?
No, we should.
I don't like the idea of just some people like sitting at home on Friday and not really I mean, I find that quite useless. But
and there are plenty of people that are pushing for just that, aren't they?
Yeah, just a 4-day work week might be the answer. Yeah,
productivity as well, but that's obviously a debate for another time. Take us on, Alicia, to the Telegraph's take on what Rachel Reeves' next moves might be on taxes.
Yeah, so the Telegraph are reporting that the Chancellor is potentially going to announce a raise in basic income tax, I suppose. And what they've said here is stealth income tax rise. And what they mean by that is that it wouldn't be particularly raising the rate of income tax. It would be keeping that freeze that Rishi Sunak actually announced in 2021 when he was Chancellor. He decided to freeze the income tax band thresholds until 2028. Well, I think it was till 2026 at that point, and then it got extended again until 2028. Subsequently, that raises money because as wages increase, people get pushed into higher tax bands, and the bands aren't moved accordingly with inflation. So Telegraph reporting that there's a chance Rachel Reeves might choose to do the same thing at her next kind of fiscal statement. Clearly, though, for Labour, quite problematic because before the election, one of their biggest announcements and pledges was that they would not increase income tax on working people. So that would very much throw that into question in a way that I don't think they'd be able to defend very easily at all, if at all, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I mean, but increasingly we've seen what a tight position Rachel Reeves is in, and now we have the added potential threat of some kind of tariffs or retaliatory measures from the US as well, which could complicate the picture even further for her. She's so reliant on growth in order to be able to avoid tax rises. But what do you make of these suggestions?
I mean, it's not surprising that they'd renege on another, I think, manifesto promise. But as you say, they're in a tight spot. And I mean, this seems to only pull thousands of people, it says, so hopefully not many into higher tax bands. But I think there's sort of a state of dismay at how much the country is being taxed right now, and it doesn't seem to be incentivising anything other than sort of utter disappointment in what they're doing. And you're right, we have the looming threat of weaponising tariffs over our head by the US, so that's pretty scary too.
Let's just very briefly take in the fire that we've seen overnight at the it's a very smart hotel and restaurant.
Yeah, very luxurious hotel, Chiltern Firehouse. It was a former firehouse. It's a Grade 2 listed building. It's quite sad. It was supposed to be hosting the BAFTA after party tomorrow. And the fire sort of ripped through the entire place yesterday afternoon on Valentine's Day. The London Fire Brigade have said there was fire inducting sort of from the ground floor up, so it's quite significant damage.
Yeah, absolutely, and 100 people had to be evacuated, I think. We're out of time once again. Really lovely to have your company this morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello, a very good morning. It's 9 o'clock. Coming up on the show today, a fragile ceasefire holds in Gaza as 3 Israeli hostages are handed over to the Red Cross, with Palestinian prisoners to be released soon.
And there's a big day of football on the way with 7 matches across the Premier League. We'll hear from Mikel Arteta and Arne Slot as the title race hits a decisive stage.
It's Saturday, the 15th of February. 3 Israeli hostages are handed over to the Red Cross to be reunited with their family and friends. More than 360 Palestinian prisoners are due to be released from the Offa prison in the West Bank shortly. Volodymyr Zelenskyy warns that Ukraine has a low chance of survival without US military support. We'll hear from the Ukrainian leader in the next hour. The Attorney General confirms that the Southport killer's sentence will not be reviewed by the Court of Appeal. Plus, how artificial intelligence modifications are causing a stir in the film industry.
And in sport, Chelsea are thrashed 3-0 by Brighton as they lose ground in the race for the top 4.
Hello, very good morning. Thanks for joining us here on The Breakfast Show. So after a week of uncertainty, there's relief for the families of 3 Israeli hostages who have now been handed over to the Red Cross and who will now begin their journey back to Israel. The exchange happened just after 10 a.m. local time, 8 a.m. UK time, at a crowded Khan Yunis in Gaza. Well, the first to be escorted away, Yair Horn, an Israeli citizen, with him Sigi Dekel-Hen and an US-Israeli Alexander Sasha Trupanov, a Russian-Israeli citizen, and both of those men were also taken from their kibbutz on October the 7th. They were all held in captivity for 497 days. It was a comparatively ordered proceedings, especially when compared to other handovers that we've seen. The men were all handed to the International Red Cross. In a joint statement from the IDF and ISA, they said, 3 returning hostages are currently being accompanied by IDF Special Forces and ISA forces on their return to Israeli territory, where they'll undergo an initial medical assessment. The commanders and soldiers of the Israel Defense Forces salute and embrace the returning hostages as they make their way home to the State of Israel. Well, let's just show you the live pictures from Offa prison in the West Bank, where more than 360 Palestinian prisoners are due to be released as part of today's exchange. Well, let's cross live to our international correspondent, Diana Magnay, who's in Jerusalem for us. So, Diana, 3 more Israeli hostages handed over in a week that had seen the ceasefire deal look precarious.
It did look extremely precarious earlier in the week, with Hamas saying on Monday that they were not going to continue with their part of the deal, accusing Israel of not allowing in humanitarian supplies into the Gaza Strip. They said that they needed more shelter, more fuel, more medical resources as part of the ceasefire deal. Then we heard these inflammatory comments from Donald Trump saying that all hell would break loose on Saturday by midday unless all the hostages were released. And then Benjamin Netanyahu following up on that, saying that our hostages had to come home. And I think that we've seen pretty intense mediation from Egyptian and Qatari mediators to try and have both sides sit back down together and agree to continue with this phase of the ceasefire deal, phase 1. 6 more Israeli hostages are still in captivity and due to be released as part of phase 1. And we believe that around just over 70 more hostages are still held by Hamas. Half of those thought to be dead. And they are, those who are still alive are meant to be released in phase 2, but we haven't even seen the beginnings of negotiations for phase 2 yet, I think because it has been so tentative so far. But what you were seeing when Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who held Sasha Trufanov, who you're seeing on your screen. When they brought them up onto the stage, they were all made to read out statements, and we do now know what those messages said. They were essentially calling on the Israeli government to do everything that they could to carry on with the deal, and that the prisoners had to be brought home and that time was running out. And to reinforce that point, Hamas had given them an egg timer with a message that time was running out for the remaining hostages who are due to be released as part of this deal, and then in phase 2, most of whom are younger men and some of them IDF soldiers. And as part of Hamas's sort of propaganda and PR efforts around this release, we understand that the white vehicle that they were transporting these 3 men in was one that they had captured when they attacked on October the 7th, and that some of the weaponry that they have, some of the guns, the AKs that they are wielding, were also captured from the IDF in that terror attack on October the 7th. And of course, Benjamin Netanyahu has said, under pressure really from the far right, that this war will not end until Hamas are gone from the Gaza Strip. And I think what you are seeing here is very, very clear symbolism from Hamas that they do not intend to go anywhere. And in fact, they have also released a statement as part of this exchange, responding really to what we have heard from Trump in recent weeks, that he wanted all Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip so that he could develop it into a Riviera of the Middle East. Hamas has responded saying, "We declare to the entire world there is no migration except to Jerusalem. This is our response to all the calls for displacement and elimination made by Trump and those who support his colonial and occupation-driven agenda." So we shall have to see if the remaining 6 hostages supposed to be released as part of this deal do in fact get released in the coming weeks. This was phase 1, was meant to be 6 weeks. We have seen 6 hostage exchanges so far, but in the more immediate term we are going to be seeing 369 Palestinian prisoners released today, most of them back into the Gaza Strip, most of them arrested by Israel after October the 7th, but 36 who have been imprisoned for life sentences for terror attacks in Israel, most of them in the early years of the Second Intifada. They are also going to be released and deported first to Egypt and then to other countries that will have them.
OK, Diana, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has warned that without American military support, his country has a low chance of survival against the Russians. It comes as world leaders continue to discuss security at a conference in Munich, which has already been overshadowed by a widening rift between Europe and the United States. Speaking to NBC News, President Zelenskyy said the situation could become difficult.
Can Ukraine survive without U.S. military support?
Probably it will be very, very, very difficult. And of course, in all the difficult situations, you have a chance, but we will have low chance to survive without support of the United States. I think it's very important, critical. But I mean, I don't want to think about it. Yes, we have to think about it. I don't want to think that we will not be strategic partners. I don't want to think about it because it will make a pressure on morality of Ukrainians, and it will be worse the thing from the very beginning of the war.
Well, as talks and negotiations on policy between the nations continue, Sky's security and defence editor Deborah Haynes explores whether all the talk will make any difference.
The backslide away from
they came expecting to hear about global threats and how to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Instead, Donald Trump's deputy blasted his allies over the state of democracy in Europe, accusing them of censorship and attacks on free speech.
In Washington, there is a new sheriff in town, and under Donald Trump's leadership,
We may disagree with your views, but we will fight to defend your right to offer it in the public square, agree or disagree.
Germany's defence minister making no attempt to hide his displeasure.
Democracy does not mean that a vociferous minority will automatically be right and they cannot decide what truth is. It does not mean that anyone can say anything, and democracy must be able to defend itself against extremists that try to destroy it.
The clash reflects growing friction between Europe and the new White House as world leaders gather for an annual security conference in Munich. The fate of Ukraine most acutely on everyone's mind. Donald Trump's top envoys held their first meeting with the Ukrainian president.
We need to speak more, to work more, and to prepare the plan how to stop Putin and finish the war.
It's important for us to get together and start to have the conversations that are going to be necessary to bring this thing to a close.
But Volodymyr Zelenskyy is in a bind, reliant on American support, yet resolved to stick to his own red lines. Will you or anyone from your delegation be meeting any Russians here? Donald Trump said there's going to be meetings here in Munich. Is that happening?
First of all, I don't want to meet just with Russians, just to meet for what? No, we see the order of meetings. As I said, the order is United States, Europe, then Russia. Be ready to this meeting. That is the first.
There's a real concern here that Europe is being sidelined and Ukraine's future put at risk by Donald Trump's plans for peace talks with Russia. One diplomat said to me it's a disaster and that European officials will be talking here with their American counterparts, trying to make sure that Europe's voice is heard. But then, even if it is, will the White House be listening? Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Munich.
Well, meanwhile, the Foreign and Defence Secretary have reiterated their support for Ukraine. Writing in the Daily Telegraph, both pledged to give the country the strongest hand in their war against Russia. Let's talk about this a little bit further with Amanda Acas, who's in Westminster for us. Hi, Amanda. So this is John Healey and David Lammy, of course. What are they saying?
Yes, so they're both at Munich at the security conference. David Lammy's going to be involved in sessions today talking about the future of Ukraine and also the challenge of migration. But this article they've written for The Telegraph is quite striking in its language, and I think a message really directed primarily at the White House and Donald Trump's team. On the one hand, it's restating the kind of strong support for Ukraine that the UK has repeatedly expressed, including Sir Keir Starmer in a phone call yesterday with President Zelenskyy describing our concrete support for Ukraine in its battle against Russia and the irreversible path to NATO membership, in contradiction of some of Donald Trump's language after that phone call he had this week with President Putin when he suggested that that was not something that was likely to happen. But also a bit of a sort of warning of the dangers more broadly of giving in to President Putin, suggesting that he only responds to strength, saying that the West did too little to respond to Russia's invasions of Georgia and the Crimea back in 2014, and urging the Western alliance to continue providing support, military as well as diplomatic support to Ukraine to ensure it's in the best possible position for negotiations, but also wanting to signal that the UK and the rest of Europe have been listening to the messages coming out of the White House, saying we must and we are doing more to take on the burden of defending Europe, really making the point that the UK has been ahead of the game in terms of defence spending, although we still don't have a timeline for when we're going to reach that 2.5% of GDP spending on defence that has been so repeatedly promised. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has, we know, since taking office, been working quite hard to reach out to Donald Trump, and he had a brief phone call with him this week, just a couple of days ago, during a dinner with the US Special Envoy to the UK, in which there was sort of a bit of an impromptu sounding brief phone call with Donald Trump, in which they talked about a visit for the Prime Minister to the White House. And Donald Trump has been talking about that with reporters as well.
He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, you know, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's very nice guy.
So I think on the one hand, Downing Street will be pleased about the kind of friendly warmth in the way that Donald Trump talks about the Prime Minister, but at the same time, slightly alarming that he seems to suggest he doesn't know what they'll be talking about. I think the list will be quite long on the UK side, from Ukraine to tariffs to Chagos Islands, and many issues set to be discussed. And also just such mixed messaging from the White House for the UK to be dealing with after J.D. Vance's speech yesterday that we were hearing about in that piece from Deborah Haynes there, this kind of blindsiding of the European diplomatic ministers and so on there, listening to that speech over this idea that a greater threat to Europe than Russia or China is the idea of issues around freedom of speech, religious freedom in the UK and Germany being singled out there. So quite a wild ride as ever with Donald Trump, and an awful lot going on behind the scenes in the Foreign Office, I'm sure.
Yeah, really fascinating. Amanda, thanks very much indeed. And just to let you know that we are expecting President Zelenskyy to be speaking at the Munich Security Conference imminently. That's due in the next few minutes. We'll certainly keep a close eye on Munich and bring that to you when it happens. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at some of the day's other stories now. And the Attorney General has confirmed that the sentence of Southport killer Axel Ruder-Cabana will not be referred to the Court of Appeal, despite criticism that his 52-year sentence was unduly lenient. The judge had already said that it is likely that he will never be released. In a statement, the Attorney General, Lord Hermer KC, said it was understandable that we received multiple requests to review the sentence under the unduly lenient sentence scheme, which is designed to identify and remedy gross errors made by judges. After careful consideration of independent legal advice and consultation with leading criminal barristers and the Crown Prosecution Service, I've concluded that this case can't properly be referred to the Court of Appeal. No one would want the families to be put through an unnecessary further court process where there's no realistic legal basis for an increased sentence. A manhunt is underway after a woman in her 40s was seriously injured outside a pub in Sevenoaks. Police were called to the Three Horseshoes just after 7 following reports of a disturbance. The male suspect is believed to be known to the woman and is still on the run. A fire has torn through the luxurious Chiltern Firehouse Hotel in London, forcing the evacuation of around 100 people. It was due to host a BAFTAs after-party tomorrow. No one's been injured. While the cause of the fire is unknown, the hotel will be closed until further notice. A UN convoy in Lebanon has been attacked while taking peacekeepers to Beirut airport. UNIFIL's outgoing Deputy Force Commander, who was returning home after completing his mission, was amongst those injured. A woman who accused singers Jay-Z and Sean Diddy Combs of raping her when she was 13, 25 years ago, has withdrawn her lawsuit against the pair. Jay-Z says the result is a victory, labelling the allegations fictitious and appalling, while Combs is currently in prison awaiting trial on separate sex trafficking charges. Radiation levels in Chernobyl remain normal 24 hours after a drone armed with a warhead hit the outer shell of Ukraine's nuclear plant. There were initially fears the strike cracked the protective shelter over the reactor that was destroyed during the 1986 meltdown. President Zelenskyy has blamed Russia for the attack. Now, the BAFTAs and Oscars are an annual celebration of artistry and creativity, but there's a debate taking place off-screen around how far technology should be allowed to enhance actors' performances. And that's because the director of an Oscar-nominated film has admitted to using artificial intelligence to perfect performers' accents. And an industry expert has told Sky News that this will only become more commonplace. Sky's arts and entertainment correspondent, Katie Spencer, reports.
Perhaps you can help your husband sound less like he shined shoes for a wage.
Critics have called it a 3.5-hour modern masterpiece.
Please pass that back.
But could the Brutalist's awards chances be derailed by a battle that's playing off-screen? With craftsmanship and creativity the focus, its director forced to clarify how it used AI to tweak Adrian Brody's Hungarian. Now Emilia Perez, a complete unknown, and Dune Part 2 drawn into the debate for using it.
Are you interested in learning more about the Church of Jesus Christ?
Battle lines established to the credits of Hugh Grant's horror Heretic, provocatively declaring no generative AI was used in the making of this film.
With the permission of everyone involved to enhance the performance, AI can be great. It's like makeup or, good lighting or, a really nice set, things like that. It's just when we start to get into a little more frightening territory, when we start talking about, digitally replacing actors.
It's not about politics, it's about emotions.
Stars of the Munich Olympics thriller September 5th concerned about the impact on jobs.
It's a frightening thing. I think I wouldn't encourage anyone to become an actor nowadays. It's daunting. I don't know, but I don't know where it's heading.
Some of it, I'm sure, will be useful, but I think a lot of the things that are being developed we do not understand, and that does scare me.
Like it or not, AI is coming. From visual effects to script analysis, it's already being used.
And while that might be scary for some, those who are working with AI argue it needs to be seen as a collaborator, not a competitor in the creative process.
Just to save some time, I've already made you.
From a 45-minute sample of my speech, the team at Voice Swap AI were able to create a basic AI version of me.
So me versus AI me, we're both going to say in Lithuanian, "Good afternoon, my name is Katie, this is my voice clone," yeah?
So say I'm an A-lister who needs to speak Lithuanian.
Laba diena, mano vadas Katie ir tai mano balso klonas.
With zero learning required, AI me is fluent.
It sounds like me.
Not only could this tech herald the end of badly dubbed films using different sounding actors, it could also save studios time and money in post-production.
It's almost like a voice double, and then they can do post-production edits even when the actor is not in the studio without needing them to come back and re-record some of the lines.
According to industry publication Variety, next year's Oscars will see entrants required to set out their AI usage. So for those working in film, it is perhaps time to reframe the technology as a sidekick rather than the villain of the piece. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
Let's take a look now at what the weather's doing. And the weather's been stuck in a bit of a rut with some limited sunshine and a cold easterly wind. You will have noticed, I'm sure, but things will slowly change from the west, but it's a bit of a messy transition. It's a mostly cloudy start today with some outbreaks of rain focused in Wales and southwest England. Some hail snow will affect parts of Scotland and northern England with an ice risk. Well, that leads to a mostly cold, cloudy and breezy day with outbreaks of rain for many and a risk of snow and ice over northern hills. The best of the brightness will be across the far north of Scotland. It'll be milder in the southwest, but still cold elsewhere. Things will brighten up later across southern England and South Wales as outbreaks of rain gradually move northwards across the UK. Cloud and patchy rain will edge further north overnight. Still to come here on The Breakfast Show, the use of artificial intelligence in films grows, and we're going to be asking, when is it too much?
Paris reverberated to the sights, sounds and smells of conflict.
There's a focal point to all this anger, and that is Emmanuel Macron.
I'm Adam Parsons, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Brussels.
There are dozens of people desperately clambering to get onto that boat. It is a chaotic scene, but it's being watched by dozens of French police officers on the beach.
I've reported on migration across Europe, close up on the ground, understanding that sense of desperation and meeting the criminal gangs behind it.
This old fishing boat set off from the Libyan port of Tobruk. There were 606 people who were on board. So we've been distributing life jackets to all the people on board this boat, and now the first person is coming on board.
This is the ugly side of Italian football.
In Italy, everything is really organised. Football's problems with hooliganism, racism were just dormant, and now they're back and they're getting worse.
We cover so many countries, languages and cultures and work hard to gain trust to bring you the full story first.
Help is slowly reaching these places.
It's not just homes, but whole streets like this one that have been reduced to rubble and dust.
This is a picture of destruction.
Everywhere you look in this mountaintop community, there is absolute devastation.
These are the settlers in waiting, keen to start a new life, to annex Gaza for Israel.
The least we can do is just kick them out of our land.
Gaza, which is just 2 miles in that direction, is under...
Let's take you live, as you can see, to Munich now, to the security conference there, where President Zelenskyy is about to speak. Let's cross over there and listen in.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your word. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your invitation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, at the start of conference, every country usually shares its stance, priorities, whether officially, openly, or through informal talks with journalists, with partners. And this year, a country that was not even invited still made its presence known. A country that everyone talks about here, not in a good way. The night before Munich this year, a Russian attack drone struck the sarcophagus covering the ruined fourth reactor of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was a modified Shahid drone, Russian drone, a technology passed on to Russia. Its warhead carried at least 50 kilograms of explosives. And we see this as a deeply symbolic move by Russia, by Putin. Just recently in Ukraine, we discussed the crucial role of nuclear energy in keeping the country running despite Russia's constant attacks on our Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And we are now preparing a project to expand our Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. Just one day before the Munich, I was there on the plant, and with involvement from American businesses and including Westinghouse. The project will strengthen the energy security of not just Ukraine, but our entire region of Europe. And we also recently spoke with President Trump and his team about nuclear energy and Europe's largest nuclear power plant, our Zaporizhzhia plant, which is currently occupied by Russia. And Russia responded by sending a drone to hit Chernobyl's sarcophagus, which shows radioactive dust and debris. And this is not just madness. This is Russia's stance. A country that launches such attacks does not want peace. They don't want. It is not preparing for dialogue. Almost every day, Russia sends up to 100, even more, Shahid drones at us each day, and regular ballistic missile attacks, and a steady increase in aerial bomb strikes. But that's not all. This year, Moscow plans to create 15 new divisions, adding up to 150,000 soldiers. That's more than the national armies of most European countries. Russia keeps opening new army recruitment centers every week. And Putin can afford it. Oil prices are still high enough for him to ignore the world. And we have clear intel that this summer Russia plans to send troops to Belarus under the pretext of training exercises. But that's exactly how they staged forces before their full-scale invasion to Ukraine 3 years ago. Is this Russian force in Belarus meant to attack Ukraine? Maybe, or maybe not, or maybe it's meant for you. Let me remind you, Belarus borders 3 NATO countries. It has effectively become a foothold for Russian military operations. According to both Putin and Lukashenko, Belarus now hosts banned weapons, medium-range missiles, and even nuclear arms. Putin clearly sees Belarus as just another Russian province now. And we need to be realistic. If someone is setting up a military launch pad, we need to ask, what should we do about it? And more importantly, what can we do before the next attack, the next invasion? Remember, there have already been provocations on the Polish and Lithuanian borders with Belarus, migrant crisis staged by Russian intelligence to store up chaos in Europe. But what if next time it's not migrants? What if it's Russian troops or North Korean troops? Make no mistake, North Koreans are not weak. They are learning how to fight now, how to fight the modern war. And what about your armies? Are they ready? And if Russia launches a false flag operation or just straight up with no insignia from Belarus, like how Crimea got taken in 2014, how fast will the allies respond? And will they respond at all? Yesterday here in Munich, the US Vice President made it clear. Decades, he said, decades of the old relationship between Europe and America are ending. From now on, things will be different, and Europe needs to adjust to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in Europe, and I'm sure you believe too. And I urge you to act for your own sake. And for the sake of Europe, people of Europe, your nations, your houses, your children, and our shared future. For this, Europe has to become self-sufficient, united by common strengths, Ukrainian and European. Right now, Ukraine's army, supported by global aid, thank you so much, is holding back Russia. But if not us, then who will stop them? Really? Let's be honest, now we can't rule out the possibility that America might say no to Europe on issues that threaten it. Many leaders have talked about Europe that needs its own military, an army of Europe. And I really believe that time has come. The armed forces of Europe must be created. This is not harder than standing firm against Russian attacks, as we have already done. But this is not just about increasing defense spending as a GDP ratio. Money is needed, of course, yes, but money alone will not stop an enemy assault. People and weapons don't come for free. But again, it's not just about budgets. It's about people realizing the need to defend their own home. Without Ukraine's army, Europe's armies will not be enough to stop Russia. It's reality for today. Only our army in Europe has real modern battlefield experience. But our army alone is not enough too. And we need what you can provide: weapons, training, sanctions, financing, political pressure, and unity. 3 years of full-scale war have proven that we already have the foundation for a united European military force. And now, as we fight this war and lay the groundwork for peace and security, we must build the armed forces of Europe so that Europe's future depends only on Europeans, and decisions about Europe are made in Europe. That's why we are talking with European leaders and with the United States about military contingents that can ensure peace, and not just in Ukraine, but across Europe. And that's why we are developing joint weapons production, especially drones. Especially the Danish model, for example, of pooled investments for arms production in our country is already working well, very successful. Last year alone, thanks to Ukrainian and partners' efforts, we produced over 1.5 million drones of various types. Ukraine is now the world leader in drone warfare. This is our success, but it's also your success, of course. And everything we build for our own defense in Ukraine also strengthens your security. And the same should apply to artillery, air defense, technologies, and armored vehicles. Everything needed to protect lives in modern war should be produced in Europe fully. Europe has everything it takes. Europe just needs to come together and start acting in a way that no one can say no to Europe. Boss it round or threat it like a pushover. This isn't just about stockpiling weapons. It's about jobs, technological leadership, and economic strength for Europe. Last fall, in my victory plan, I proposed replacing part of the US military presence in Europe with Ukrainian forces if Ukraine is in NATO, of course. If the Americans themselves decide to go that way, decreasing their presence, it's not good. Of course, it's very dangerous, but we all in Europe need to be ready. And I started discussing this even before the US elections because I could see where American policy was heading. But America needs to see where Europe is heading. And this direction of European policy shouldn't just be promising, it should make America want to stand with a strong Europe. This is absolutely possible, I'm sure of it. And we must shape that course. Europe must decide its own future. We need confidence in our own strengths so that others have no choice but to respect Europe's power. And without a European army, that is impossible. Once again, Europe needs its own armed forces. And I know Mark Rutte, my good friend, is listening to me right now. And Mark, my friend, this isn't about replacing the alliance. This is about making Europe's contribution to our partnership equal to America's. And we need the same approach when it comes to diplomacy, working together for peace. Ukraine will never accept deals made behind our backs without our involvement. And the same rule should apply to all of Europe. No decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine, no decisions about Europe without Europe. Europe must have a seat at the table when decisions about Europe are being made. Anything else is zero. If we are left out of negotiations about our own future, then we all lose. Look at what Putin is trying to do now. This is his game. Putin wants one-on-one talks with America. Just like before the war, when they met in Switzerland and looked like to carve up the world. Next, Putin will try to get the US president standing on Red Square on May 9th this year, not as a respected leader, but as a prop in his own performance. We don't need that. We need real success. We need real peace. Some in Europe may not fully understand what's happening in Washington right now, but let's focus on understanding ourselves right here in Europe. We must give strength to Europe first. Does America need Europe as a market? Yes. But as an ally? I don't know. For the answer to be yes, Europe needs a single voice, not a dozen different ones. Even those who regularly come to Mar-a-Lago need to be a part of a strong Europe, because President Trump doesn't like weak friends. He respects strengths. Next, some in Europe may be frustrated with Brussels, but let's be clear. If not Brussels, then Moscow. It's your decision. That's geopolitics. That's history. Moscow will pull Europe apart if we, as Europeans, don't trust each other. A few days ago, President Trump told me about his conversation with Putin. Not once did he mention that America needs Europe at the table. That says a lot. The old days are over when America supported Europe just because it always had. But President Trump once said, what matters is not the family you were born into, but the one you built. We must build the closest possible relationship with America, and yes, a new relationship, but as Europeans, not just as separate nations. That's why we need a unified foreign policy, a coordinated diplomacy, the foreign policy of common Europe, and let the end of this war be our first shared success in this new reality. And we are already working to make sure that on February 24th, the third anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, we can gather together in Kyiv and online. All European leaders, all key partners who defend our security, from Spain to Finland, from Britain to Poland, from Washington to Tokyo, this meeting must deliver a clear vision for our next steps on peace, security guarantees, and the future of our collective policy. And I do not believe in security guarantees without America. Yes, it will be just weak, but America will not offer guarantees unless Europe's own guarantees are strong. And I also will not take NATO membership for Ukraine off the table. But right now, the most influential member of NATO seems to be Putin, because his whims have the power to block NATO decisions. And that's despite the fact that it was Ukraine's army that stopped Russia, not a NATO country, not NATO troops, but only our people and our army. And there are no foreign armies fighting on Ukraine's side in this war, but Putin has lost almost 250,000 soldiers in this war. Over 610,000 have been wounded. Just in the Battle of Kursk, our troops eliminated nearly 20,000 Russian soldiers. We completely destroyed the North Korean units that Putin had to bring in because his own forces were not enough to hold back our counteroffensive. For over 6 months now, Ukrainians have been holding a foothold inside Russian territory, even though it was Russia that wanted to create a buffer zone inside our land in Ukraine. And I am proud of Ukraine. I am proud of our people. But now I ask you, each of you, to honestly answer this question. If Russia came for you, could your army fight the same way? I don't want anyone to ever have to find out, God forbid. That's why we are talking about security guarantees. And that's why we believe that the core of any security guarantees for Ukraine must be NATO membership. Or if not that, then conditions that allow us to build another NATO right here in Ukraine. Because at some point there will be a border between war and peace. Where that border is drawn and how strong it is up to us. My proposal, Ukraine's eastern border, Belarus eastern border, the eastern borders of the Baltic states, Finland's eastern border, that is the strongest security line for all of us in Europe, because that is the line of international law. And do we still remember what international law is? Let's be honest, international law, these two words already sounds a bit outdated, but I believe that Europe's mission is to make sure international law still matters. And finally, one last point. What security guarantees can Putin offer? Before the war, many doubted whether Ukraine's institutions could withstand Russian and Putin's pressure. But in the end, it was Putin who faced an armed rebellion from within. He was the one who had to defend his own capital from his own warlords. That alone shows his weakness. So what happens to the million Russian troops currently fighting in Ukraine? Where they gonna fight if not in Ukraine? This is why we cannot just agree to a ceasefire without real security guarantees, without pressure on Russia, without a system to keep Russia in check, to fight us, Putin, pull troops from Syria, from Africa, from Caucasus, even from some part of Moldova. And right now, he faces a shortage of fighting forces. And if this war ends the wrong way, he will have a surplus of battle-tested soldiers who know nothing but killing and looting. And that is yet another reason why this war cannot be decided by just a few leaders, not by Trump and Putin, not by me and Putin, not by anyone here in Munich sitting down with Putin alone. We must apply pressure together to make real peace. Putin cannot offer real security guarantees, not just because he is an a liar, but because Russia, in its current state, needs war to hold power together. And the world must be protected from that. So, first, the armed forces of Europe as an upgrade to NATO. Second, a common European foreign policy. Third, a level of European cooperation that Washington has to take seriously. Fourth, international law. And fifth, keeping all pressure on Russia, because that the pressure is what guarantees peace, not Putin's words, not just some papers. Putin lies. He is predictable and he is weak. We must use that now, not later. And we must act as Europe, not as a bunch of separate people. So some say that the new year comes not on January 1st, but with Munich Security Conference. This new year starts now, and let it be the year of Europe united, strong, security, and in peace. Peace for Ukraine, peace for Europe, peace for all the world, for all your families. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
So President Zelenskyy there addressing the Munich Security Conference. He's about to sit down and conduct an interview, which we will take. But just to recap very briefly on some of the things he said in the last few minutes, he said Ukraine will never accept a deal made behind our backs and without our involvement.
Thank you.
Let's listen in now to the interview.
That was a step-winder of a speech with a lot of challenges thrown down. I want to ask you to expand more on the American piece of this. You, after your phone call with President Trump, said that you did not hear enough detail to make this a peace plan. Can you just elaborate what you meant by that?
Can I speak Ukrainian?
No.
Okay. Don't pressure on me. Okay, so yeah, we had really a long conversation with the President of the United States. Not first one and not last, I'm sure. And I mean, really between us, I'm not sure that by phone we can manage all the plan, all security guarantees with all the details, because, you know, devil in details. Yes, and we know where is this devil, in what country now. Yes, that's why we have to stop him, to stop Putin, and it's very important for me. That's why the atmosphere of our discussion is good, but really it's always good. Yes, but we need urgent, very concrete steps, and I think we have to work on it. Our teams, well, we began, but I think that we have to start immediately to do more deep decisions.
We'll get into that in a moment, but you did also have a separate conversation with Vice President J.D. Vance last night, you and your team and his team as well. Did he provide any more details? And, you know, we have to bring up that in 2022 here, basically J.D. Vance said he didn't, and this is a quote, "I don't care what happens to Ukraine one way or another." Do you feel that he's changed, that the Trump administration and the actors you're dealing with understand what's at stake?
I'll be honest, we have to work on it. All of us, not only me. Me is not enough, really. I think we have to work, because I think that you know, we together in Europe, the war is in Europe, and America is far from the invasion. And I think that we need to share more details, because to my mind there are a lot of different voices around new American administration, and I'm not sure that all these voices on on our side.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have to work with these people, even with some Europeans, as I said.
Yeah.
If I was understandable, I don't know,
yes,
about Mar-a-Lago, about there, yeah.
It was clear.
It was clear, but I want to repeat it, yes. It's important for them to be clear.
Do you want to name names while we're at it?
I know names, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that it's, yeah.
Let's just get back to President Trump. At a press conference...
You said about Orban. Oh, sorry.
Do you understand?
No.
Viktor Orban is what the president was saying. Mr. President, Trump was asked whether he trusted Putin. And he sort of basically ended up saying, on this, I do. But he has also said that, and frankly, it's quite difficult to extract what all the different administration officials have been saying. On the one hand, potentially that, you know, maybe Ukraine had a responsibility for this war. Maybe Ukraine can't ever expect to get back. It's unrealistic, according to the defense secretary, its territory. Maybe Ukraine will be safe and independent. Maybe it'll be part of Russia. Do you understand what America's position is?
Yes.
Which is?
I think, to my mind, they are preparing atmosphere for their dialogue.
For their dialogue, which will be?
For the dialogue between Trump and Putin. And I think this is, it's up to them, but they can discuss everything they want, but not about Ukraine without us. And that's why, in this case, especially in this case, I think it's a little bit dangerous. That's why I said that we need to talk more with the president and to talk more with his people, with his teams. Yesterday, as you said, yes, we had good conversation, and I think that I opened some new details for vice president. That's why I said we need. It's not waste time. It's really very important, I think, diplomatic investment for the future, just and lasting peace for Ukraine.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were going to say some more things.
Your order.
Yeah. You just sort of, I suddenly got flummoxed.
I'm sorry.
You said Putin doesn't want peace. I mean, you just said it loud and clear here.
It's true.
So what is the dialogue? And have you convinced the Americans that A, Ukraine has to be at the table, and B, I guess the Europeans have to convince them that they have to be
on all the levels, we directly, yes, very directly send these messages that we have to prepare security guarantees like a main part of the stopping Putin and stop this war, and very important, essential, and we say that it can't be without us, and that's why I don't know if we don't have, from my point of view, if we don't have for today common plan, it means for me that United States doesn't have. Because if they have something, it's not about us. This about something new, but we don't want this new reality. Yes, so that's why,
I was just asking you whether you have convinced them that you must be at the table.
Of course I said that I think that is good, that first of all we have to make a plan with you, I said to the president. It was the day when he had phone calls with Putin and with me, and first with him and then with us.
And how did that sit with you?
No, I said that...
first with Putin and then with you?
Oh, I'm not happy. Yes, but I think that more dangerous if first meeting will be with Putin and then with Ukraine. And there are things I shared with the President Trump, that first of all we have to see common view. And I said also that at the table we need Europe also. It's very important for us. We are Europe, we in Europe, and we see our future only in EU like a member. So that's why for us it's very important. And Europe helped us a lot. Because when I speak really when I speak with different officials of the United States, of new administration, and we are thankful for them that they didn't frozen their military support. It's very important, and I'm very thankful, thanks again. But when we speak, I really understand what part of support did America during these 3 years, and what huge support made Europe. And it's important.
Did you get a commitment from President Trump that you would meet with him first? Do you have a plan to meet with the president?
No, we have our plan, of course. It's our country, and that's why it's our plan. I think it's understandable, but we need the common view. That's why we are ready for the common plan. Yeah. And I shared it with
I'm just asking whether, because President Trump says he'll meet Putin maybe in Saudi Arabia maybe soon, has he said he will meet you?
He said to me that we have to meet, and I said to him also we have to meet. I think that I said first that we have to meet. Yes, and but we understood each other, because I didn't say about it once.
You said it several times.
Yeah, so that's why I think we understood each other, and it's very important. Yes, because if we can repeat the words that each day we have losses, and if President of the United States or other leaders repeat these words, Ukraine has losses, we have to stop the war. I mean, that it meant that we have urgently to meet if we really want to stop. To meet with the concrete dates and days and plans.
So you talk about losses, obviously heavy losses. You mentioned Russia's heavy losses as well. Yeah. You were talking to President Trump, and you know that last year, around this time last year, it was President Trump and his allies in Congress which delayed for approximately 7 months the aid that was meant to come to Ukraine. When I spoke to General Zelenskyy, your commander in Ukraine, just a few months ago, he said the delay in aid did cost lives, cost territory, and cost a lot of, strategic effort in Ukraine. Did you mention that to President Trump?
No.
I see.
We spoke about delaying and about decision of the Congress, and at least positive decision. I was thankful to him. It was in September when we had meeting during his election period. I think so, or before the election period. I don't. Before, a little bit before. Yes. So it was very important, the decision. I was thankful bipartisan support, and also Mike Johnson. He made positive decision. And also to President Trump, because if he wouldn't be supportive, they couldn't vote this decision. But really, help, which we needed very much, still is going. I mean, not everything came. You understand? Yeah. So it's very slow, and I think General Zelenskyy was right that one of the reasons why we lost, but I don't want to speak about kilometers, but I'm ready. I mean, we lost about 4,000 square kilometers. Yes, but of course, if the help could come, very quickly, everybody understand that the losses was. I mean,
I understand what you're saying.
We could be in more good conditions.
And precisely because of where you would need to be to have a negotiation to end the war. That's why I ask you this. So you talked about security guarantees. What details do you think about? What would be a security guarantee apart from joining NATO right now? What would be a security guarantee in any ceasefire, or to freeze or monitor any line of contact, which is some 1,300 kilometers long? Because already Defense Secretary Hegseth said there'd be no US troops. We don't know what it looks like. What do you think it looks like?
More strong sanctions, not if they will invade again. Just more strong sanctions at the very beginning. Then, like you said, really difficult to hold the border, long border, yes, for Ukraine and Ukrainian soldiers. That's why we need big army. I shared it yesterday. Yes, we need army more than now. If we're not in NATO, then, as I said, NATO has to be in Ukraine. It means only one, that we will need the army comparable with soldiers of Russia. It's 1.3 or 1.5 million soldiers, so we need money for this, the package of money, real money, and it's big deficit. Even today, for us, it's 40 billion per year. So this money and then weapon and the package of missiles, what was written in the victory plan, the package which we will not use, but it has to stand on our territory. And if Putin will begin new invasion, we will use it. So I think these issues are very important. This is priority.
And foreign troops, European troops?
Yes, we are open for this initiative. Yeah. We understand, I mean, mostly we understand the details, but we need to discuss these details with leaders. I don't want to be now, very loud about it. So, but we understand that we need it. It will help us.
And one other big question, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, came to your country. Yeah. I believe essentially gave you a notice that this is what the administration wants in terms of how much of your rare earth minerals. Trump himself has said, I want $500 billion worth, and that would be fair, he said. What is your response to that? I know you've been talking about rare earths even under the Biden
administration. We're still talking.
Yes. So where do you stand on that?
We're still talking.
Mm-hmm. So not 500 million?
That's half in our history, there have been a lot of different dialogues with different American administrations, even from my first year of my term, from 2019. So I had a lot of different dialogues, and we are in process.
Finally, I want to ask you, follow up on what Ambassador said in his introduction. The political situation in Ukraine. You've been in power for a long time. There's martial law. You haven't had elections since then. Your mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has criticized you for that and for many other things. Putin himself calls you illegitimate. He says, I'm not going to negotiate with an illegitimate president. What is your view on when the time will be right for actual elections? During ceasefire talks, after a ceasefire, or what?
Interesting what Klitschko said about me. I really didn't.
Your opponents, I'm telling you what your opponents, and some members of civil society.
Okay. No, I'm surprised. I mean that Klitschko is a great sportsman, but I didn't know that he is a great speaker. But I respect him. So I'm focusing on surviving of our country, and I'm doing really all my term, beginning from different dialogues, as I said to you, continuing with COVID as all of us, but half of my term was COVID, another half is the war with Putin, or against him. Yes? So this is what really very important. I'm ready, to speak about elections if you want. Ukrainians don't want, totally don't want, because they're afraid, because otherwise we will lose the military law, war law, and our soldiers will come back home, and Putin will occupy all our territory. It will be, because now we're mobilized, now we are one organism, yes, so we are one country. Yeah, that's why it's very important to hold and to save it. And it doesn't matter, we need unity in country. So it's not about, myself, it's about the future of our country. It's about, for today, really, the question is to survive. The question is to save Ukraine, our independence, our people, our homes. And if somebody doesn't like, they can choose another citizenship. If they want. They have real estate.
Mm-hmm. Did you say, what, real estate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think I have time for one question from the audience, maybe one or two. Somebody got a question for the president? Apparently not. What is 2025 going to be in Ukraine? Do you believe it'll be the year of peace? And more to the point, do you believe Putin has any intention of allowing a independent, sovereign Ukraine?
We really want peace and we work on it. We will prepare security guarantees like we see. We will share it with the United States and I hope they will share their view. As I said, common view for me is very important to hear all our partners in Europe who helped us, in EU plus, of course, because UK, our partners, big partners, and that's why it's very important to prepare during months all these things, to share it with the President of the United States, to find time for this, to our common meetings, to make this common plan, then to put it on the table for Putin and do everything. That's things what really President Trump, he's strong, he can do. Put sanctions or pressure in any ways, in any case, how he wants. And after that, to stop this war this year, 2025, make a peace in Ukraine. This is our plan. That's what we really want, and that's what we will try to do.
Did you tell, as was reported, President Trump, that Putin is only doing this and agreeing to talks because he's afraid of Trump? Did you tell him that?
Yes. I told Trump that Putin afraid of him. Yes, and he heard me. And now Putin knows.
I shouldn't be laughing, but you do make me smile. So,
we
Mr.
want
President,
peace.
thank you very much.
We have to live and we have to smile when we have time,
that
of course.
True.
Thank you. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Well, the Ukrainian president departing the stage now after a wide-ranging interview there with Christiane Amanpour from CNN, speaking in English, addressing all the attendees there, talking about the future of his country, what he expects to see from European allies, in particular in the wake of recent comments from the US administration about how they intend to approach the negotiations over the end of the war in Ukraine by involving President Putin, bringing him effectively to the negotiating table, something which President Zelenskyy is calling on European nations to galvanize to support Ukraine in light of the various increased threats, as he sees them, to the future of the sovereignty of Ukraine. Let's bring in now, who's been very patiently waiting, the defence analyst Robert Clark, a fellow at Yorktown Institute. Very many thanks for your patience, Robert. Your reaction to what we heard from President Zelenskyy there in that interview?
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me and good morning. Look, I think President Zelenskyy has just done a masterful stroke of political communication to both Washington and Europe, which in the light of the last 96 hours is no mean feat whatsoever. He's clearly tried to distance himself away from increased speculation from Washington that there's some form of realignment of US force posture in Europe going forwards. And of course, the sticking issue of Ukrainian membership for NATO. Whilst at the same time, he's clearly highlighted the fact that Europeans need to spend more on defence and the fact that obviously there needs to be some form of united European military force deployed to Ukraine going forwards after some form of cessation of hostilities. So, like I said, it's a really tough balancing act that President Zelenskyy has almost been forced into over the last few days. But I suspect he's been well aware that this has been on the cards really for the last 6 months or so since the Trump administration was confirmed to be coming in.
Yeah, there were, strangely, some moments of almost humour in the way President Zelenskyy was responding to some of those questions, not least about when he was relating his conversations with President Trump and saying that he had told him that President Putin was afraid of him. What do you think?
Again, like I said, I think it's just another example of President Zelenskyy's very apt handling of political communication and messaging. It goes into the wider picture of trying to portray President Putin as some form of delegitimate authoritarian dictator, which, of course, by any sane adult metric he is, and really to try and reinforce the fact that, you know, President Zelenskyy has done a fantastic job over the last 3 years. And again, it's part of that portrayal of good versus evil, democracy versus authoritarianism. And again, it's trying to play to the Washington audience, I think, more than the European, which is keenly aware of the differences between the two leaders. I think there's still many in the Republican administration who like to view President Putin as a good faith actor, which, of course, many of us here in Europe know he isn't. And it's trying to really draw that really important distinction between the two. And again, just to shore up President Zelenskyy's legitimacy in the eyes of Washington.
And in attempting to get European nations to galvanise at a time when many of the countries within the European Union are politically fractured, President Zelenskyy was warning that Ukraine is not the last of President Putin's targets. He was talking about Putin's plans to invade Belarus, comments which sort of echoed by some of NATO's top military officers as well.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's been well known for the last several years that Belarus is all but a vassal state of Russia, which itself is now a vassal state almost of Beijing. And it's the worry in Ukraine. The Belarusian border is enormous. And we saw in the early days of the reinvasion 3 years ago, the amount of forces, you know, tens of thousands of Russian soldiers deployed into Ukraine through Belarus. And really now it's the worry that even if we have some form of peacekeeping or peace enforcing military presence in Ukraine along the Russian line of control, the worry is now obviously the border with Belarus, which Russia can use at whim to reinforce its forces in Ukraine, or just to cause provocation and destabilizing the border with Ukraine on Belarus, which is hundreds of kilometers long. So again, it's President Zelenskyy very clearly communicating, look, it's not just a form of presence we need on the Ukrainian border with Russia, but also the Belarus side is one of increasing destabilization and concern going forwards. And that's not really been talked about enough.
All right, Robert Clark, thank you very much indeed for patiently waiting to speak to us here on Sky News.
Pleasure, thank you.
Let's bring in our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who joins us from the conference live. Morning to you, Deborah. Our analysts there saying very polished performance from President Zelenskyy. Is it going to make any difference?
His language was so strong, and his most important message that will have been heard loud and clear here in Munich is this idea that there needs to be a European armed forces and that Europe needs to take control of its own destiny. Clearly, this is the kind of thing that we heard the first time Donald Trump was in power, amongst countries like France, really calling for an EU army, which are words that sent shivers down the spine in the UK. But for Volodymyr Zelenskyy coming out and saying it now, making the point as well that he's not talking about divergence from NATO, he's talking about creating a strong European military within the NATO structure. This is key for Europe's ability to have a voice at the table when you're in a world where now increasingly it is power and strength that gets to do all the talking. I thought it was really interesting, the insight that we got from Volodymyr Zelenskyy about these discussions that have been taken taking place over the past few days with Donald Trump on the phone to Vladimir Putin, then, only then on the phone to Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky saying he wasn't happy about that, but that it would be much more dangerous were there to be a meeting between Trump and Putin and then a meeting between Trump and Zelensky, saying that there can be no deal on Ukraine without Ukraine at the table, and that any attempt to strike a deal behind Ukraine's back would end up with them losing. And also telling Donald Trump, he revealed, didn't he, that he told Donald Trump that Putin was afraid of him. He said that Trump heard that, and now clearly Putin will have heard that too. And he also made very clear that for Ukraine, in terms of their red lines, NATO membership not off the table, absolutely needing a US element when it comes to supporting Ukraine in whatever kind of security guarantees are required in the event of some kind of peace deal with the Russians. But also, as you were just mentioning then, this clear, stark warning, and we've heard it multiple times from the Ukrainians, of a belief that Russia is building up new military forces. He talked about a force of 150,000 troops, much larger than many European militaries, saying that this summer they're going to be deployed to Belarus, a close Russia ally, under the pretense of training and exercising, but actually then suggesting that maybe they could then move from Belarus and threaten Ukraine again, maybe even threaten Poland or the Baltic states, making clear that the threat is very, very real. And for Europe, at a time when the US is clearly not putting Europe first, that the European governments need to get serious on defence. And just one last point, when he talked about that, we've been hearing so many words from all the different European leaders here, including the UK, about, we're going to increase defence spending. But Volodymyr Zelensky said it's not just about money. It's about mindset. It's about people. It's about people understanding that they need to be able to defend their homes. That's something that Ukraine knows only too well. And he said he hopes other European countries don't have to learn that lesson the hard way.
Deborah, for now, from Munich, thank you. Well, let's turn our attention to the Middle East, where after a week of uncertainty and 498 days in captivity, 3 more Israeli hostages have now been released. This was the scene in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza this morning. Hamas soldiers arrived with Sigi Dekolten, a US-Israeli citizen, and Alexander Sasha Trupanov, a Russian-Israeli citizen. As we've seen with previous releases, there was a large stage with propaganda banners flanked by hundreds of Hamas fighters. It was relatively calm this week compared to similar handovers, which have often been more chaotic. As the events unfolded and members of the International Red Cross signed over the hostages' release, family members watched on from across the border in Israel. All 3 men were taken from the same kibbutz near Oz on October the 7th. Now, finally, in the hands of the Red Cross, the convoy made its way across the border into Israel. Well, in the last hour, the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, released this statement. We welcome them with a big hug. We have prepared for their return, and together with the families, we will assist in their rehabilitation after the long and torturous days in captivity. This week, Hamas also tried to violate the agreement and create a fake crisis with false claims. Thanks to the concentration of our forces in and around the Strip, and thanks to President Trump's clear and unequivocal statement, Hamas backed down and the release of the hostages continued. Well, these are live pictures. This is from Re'im. This is across the border in Israel, where military helicopters are waiting to transport the 3 men released just a few hours ago to hospital. They haven't yet arrived at the military facility, but we understand that they have now crossed the border into Israel. Well, the family of those being returned home today have also released a statement. It reads, after 498 agonizing days in captivity, Yair, Sasha and Sigi are returning home to their families, who worked tirelessly for their release. to friends who prayed for their well-being, and to an entire nation that believed this day would come. Their return today represents a moment of light in the darkness, along with a painful reminder of the urgency to bring back the 73 hostages still in Gaza. Well, in the last hour, Palestinian prisoners who have been held in Israeli jails have begun to be released. Israel is expected to release 369 Palestinian prisoners and detainees, including 36 who are serving life sentences. Now, the truce that began nearly 4 weeks ago had been jeopardized in recent days by a tense dispute that threatened to renew the fighting. Hamas said on Thursday it would move ahead with the release of more hostages this weekend after talks with Egyptian and Qatari officials. Let's bring in our international correspondent, Diana Magnay, who joins us now from Jerusalem. Afternoon to you, Diana. The sixth exchange as part of this first phase of the ceasefire, there were some doubts, weren't there, quite significant doubts that it was going to happen today?
There really were, and I think in that statement that you read out from the Israeli Prime Minister, thanking the IDF and thanking other forces for securing their release, I think he forgot to mention the Qatari and Egyptian mediators, who I think put in a lot of work trying to get both sides to continue with phase one of the ceasefire, which is now entering its final stages. We know that there are 6 more hostages who are due to be released as part of phase one, and the 73 hostages that you mentioned there that are still being held, half of those are thought to have died already in captivity, and the others who are expected to be released in phase two, if phase two actually happens, and given how precarious this week has been, and that there are no negotiations as of yet about phase two, you know, the families of those still there must be hoping and praying that Benjamin Netanyahu does continue and press ahead with the terms of the ceasefire, rather than listening to the far right in his coalition, who think that the war should continue and that the ceasefire should not happen. And that is partly because of the huge number of Palestinian prisoners who are being exchanged for these Israeli hostages, 369 today, 36 of whom are serving life sentences, who are considered terrorists in Israel. They will be or have already been deported to Egypt, and from there to other countries that will take them. The rest, most of whom were arrested in the Gaza Strip after October the 7th, are going to be released there. And I think it is worth noting, when we look at all the imagery that has surrounded these exchanges over the past few weeks since the ceasefire took hold, we are seeing some very notable moments today. The Israelis have dressed the Palestinian prisoners, or some of them, in the Ofer prison in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, in sweatshirts with the Star of David on them, saying "Never forgive, never forget" on the back of them as they are returned to the West Bank and to Gaza. And I think that is a tit-for-tat measure to the kind of imagery we've seen from Hamas over the last weeks, where they have paraded their hostages due to be released up on the stage. At this time round, putting an egg timer there also to send a message that time is running out for the rest of the hostages, giving Sigi Dechel Khan a gold coin to give to his daughter, the daughter born 2 months after he was taken hostage, that he will be reunited with at some point later today or tomorrow. And those tents that you can see on your screen now is where those 3 hostages will be screened and then later transported by helicopter to hospitals in Tel Aviv for further medical checks, and there they will be reunited with their family members. We've already seen pictures of them where the IDF have saluted them and have given them hugs. So it is a great day for their families, but obviously there are many more still in Hamas captivity in the Gaza Strip, hopeful to be released. And I think it's worth pointing one more fact out. As we see this large number of Palestinian prisoners being released, 369, as I said, the Palestinian Prisoners Society, based in Ramallah, says that in the last few weeks that Israel has conducted major raids on the Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank and other areas in the West Bank. They have arrested or detained at least 380 more Palestinian prisoners. So it is not as though the numbers are going down in any way. And 4 of those Palestinian prisoners, as they reach Ramallah, have been taken straight to medical facilities there because of the very, very poor condition in which they were in. So it is not only the hostages, for example, those that we saw last week who are in poor condition. Some of those released from Israeli detention are also medically in critical condition.
Diana, thank you for the update. Joining me now to discuss this is the columnist for Haaretz, Gideon Levy, who is based in Tel Aviv. Mr. Levy, very good morning to you. This is the 6th week of such an exchange as part of this first phase of the ceasefire. What's your analysis as to how this is all going?
It's going like a very, very, very fragile process of giving birth to a baby in risk. But I believed before, and I still believe, that the first phase will be finally implemented. Nevertheless, all the megalomaniac expressions of President Trump of hell will break out over Gaza. Today, by the way, half an hour ago, it should have been broken out over Gaza. If not all the hostages will be released, not all the hostages were released, and hell, thanks God, was not open. But the main challenge, obviously, is the second phase. And here I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, I mean, how realistic do you think it is that it could happen? You say there that you're very skeptical. Does either side want it to get to the second phase?
I have no reason to believe why Hamas doesn't want to get to the second phase, because it means ending the war. My main concern is the refusal of the Israeli side, and mainly Prime Minister Netanyahu, to end the war. That's the core issue from now on. And Netanyahu said more than once that the war is not over because the so-called total victory was not achieved yet. I doubt, how can you even dare to say it when after 15, 16 months of heavy attacks over Gaza, the total victory was not achieved? How it will be achieved in another 15 months of barbaric attacks over Gaza? But that's a very legitimate point that many Israelis share, I must say. They want this war to continue.
Yeah, and as far as Prime Minister Netanyahu is concerned, many are of the view that he stakes his political survival on the continuation of the war. Is that something you agree with?
Not fully. Unlike most of my friends, I don't think that only his survival is his consideration. I think that also Netanyahu carries a very clear ideology, namely not believing in any kind of settlements with the Palestinians, any kind of agreements, and really living on our sword forever. That's his ideology. He never believed in agreements with the Palestinians, and he still doesn't. And he believes that Israel can survive only on its sword. That's obviously a very dangerous and pessimistic way of thinking, but I think this is also part of his consideration, together obviously with his personal future, which depends a lot on the continuance of the war.
We've heard some pretty surprising comments from President Trump about what he sees the future of Gaza to be. What do you see it to be, and what is the future of Gaza, and for those who call it home?
Yeah, surprising is a very soft way to define it. They were mainly lunatic ideas. It's very nice to speak about the Riviera in Gaza. I witnessed once a launching of the resort place in Gaza many years ago, which stayed in place, I think, for 1 month until it was burned. In any case, there will be no Riviera in Gaza, and hopefully there will be no transfer of 2.3 million people. But what Donald Trump did is to legitimize the idea of transferring peoples. And that's so dangerous because from now on, the discourse will include transfer. And why wouldn't it include extermination in the next phase? This is also a way to solve problems. So in this way, this was very damaging. The only optimistic side is that it will never be implemented because it is so much not serious.
OK, Gideon Levy, always good to get your thoughts on the programme. Joining me now is Yusuf Al-Halou, a British-Palestinian political analyst. A very good morning to you, Mr. Al-Halou. I want to start by asking you same questions, really. The sixth week of this exchange, what's your analysis as to how it's all been going as the first phase of this ceasefire?
Well, we are relieved that the tension is diffused because military pressure for the past 15 months did not work. And we are happy to see hostages released. We are happy to see Palestinian hostages and political prisoners are released because there are around 14,000 Palestinian political prisoners held in Israeli jails. Israel keeps arresting Palestinians across the West Bank. So the fragile ceasefire is being implemented thanks to the efforts of the mediators. Now the test is on the second phase, because both sides have been accusing each other of violating the terms of the ceasefire. Hamas says that Israel did not allow enough quantities of tents, caravans, aid trucks, fuel trucks, spare parts needed for repair of electricity and water stations, as well as allowing the construction materials to start, helping people to go back to normality. The world has been watching this genocidal war streamed live on air, but thanks to Trump's effort, he gains the credit for this deal. We hope that the reconstruction of Gaza will start as soon as possible because people are displaced, they are homeless, they live on the ruins of their tents. But now we are talking about the release of those Israeli captives. We would like to see this ceasefire to be implemented smoothly without obstacle, because everybody agrees, including your previous guest, that Netanyahu is the main obstacle. He keeps putting more conditions. He doesn't want to submit to Hamas's conditions. He seems weak, and he's facing, blames from his government officials.
You're talking there about President Trump's comments about his plans for Gaza, for the reconstruction of Gaza. Arab nations are said to be furious about those comments, and Saudi Arabia is spearheading efforts for Arab states to develop their own plan for Gaza. What do you think that could look like? What does it need to look like?
Well, first of all, birds with wings in Gaza will not leave Gaza. Gazans are not willing to become refugees again after their ancestors experienced the Nakba in 1948. The reconstruction of Gaza can begin while Palestinians in Gaza are present. Both governments in Egypt and Jordan, they stressed that they reject Trump's idea because it doesn't make sense, because the US supplied Israel with tons of bombs to level Gaza, and now Trump wants to show his kindness to the Palestinians of Gaza to remove the rubble and to rebuild what Israel has destroyed. Now, the stance of the Arab governments is clear. There is no, it's not possible to force Palestinians to be displaced to neighboring countries because this will not solve the problem. The root cause of the problem, the conflict, is the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories. Gaza is still occupied, despite the fact that Israel claims that it withdrew its forces back in 2005. Israel still controls Gaza's airspace, territorial waters, and border crossings. The Palestinians of Gaza, 2.3 million people, will not leave. But if the US or Israel push Palestinians to leave. How this is going to happen? Is it by busing them to the Egyptian side, by airlifting them? Is Europe willing to absorb Palestinians? Does the UK willing to absorb thousands of Palestinians? I'm British citizen myself. Can I bring my family here, for example? So the vast majority of Palestinians are not going to leave. This is the whole point.
So you think that any counter-proposal from Arab nations would have a red line around that no Gazans should be made to leave Gaza for reconstruction of it? But would any counter-proposal from Arab states to what President Trump is proposing necessarily need to sideline Hamas?
You see, there is consensus that any political solution should include Hamas because they are part of the Palestinian people. They are not ISIS coming from abroad, for example, and they are part of the fabric of the Palestinian society. And they have already rejected this idea to leave outside Gaza because Israel has killed so many Palestinians, and those orphan children, they will become fighters in the future. So we are again back to square zero. The solution to this conflict requires Israel to end its occupation, to lift the prolonged siege, because what happened on the 7th of October, as many analysts describe, is a prison break. Those people are descendants of refugees. They wanted to go back to their ancestral lands, towns, and villages that they were forced to leave in 1948. So any solution requires the conciliation and to negotiation between Hamas, Fatah, the Palestinian Authority, Arab countries. The Arab countries, they said that they are willing to normalize ties with Israel only after Israel ends its occupation and allows Palestinians to have a sovereign Palestinian state, which Israel has been rejecting. Israel has killed the two-state solution. Some come up with one democratic secular state for all of its citizens, regardless of ethnicity, color, or race.
Are you optimistic that this will get to the second phase?
It's not easy. We might, again, witness some obstacles because, again, Netanyahu doesn't want to appear weak because he was forced to accept this ceasefire, which not in his interest, but because he was calling for an ultimate victory, and this did not happen. Hamas is still powerful on the ground. They stage their parades, and they are in full control. They imposed law and security now in Gaza, and they are the ruling party. So again, he didn't achieve any of his political gains. So he's going to sabotage the next phases, I think.
All right, Mr. Al-Halout, thank you very much for speaking to us on Sky News this morning. You're watching Sky News today. Do stay with us. Coming up, a manhunt is underway after a woman was seriously injured in an incident outside a pub in Sevenoaks. We'll bring you all the latest. Welcome back. We're bringing you live pictures now from inside southern Israel. This is Reem, the black vans that you can see flanked by military helicopters there. We understand the 3 hostages who were released this morning into the care of the Red Cross are in those vans. They will be transferred onto the helicopters where they will be taken to Ramat Gan. It's just outside Tel Aviv, where they will receive, after having already had some cursory medical checkups through the Red Cross, they will go for a more thorough medical investigation, having, of course, been in captivity for nearly 500 days in the hospital in Ramat Gan. We're just going to sit on these for a moment to see whether we can catch a glimpse of the 3 men who were released this morning as part of the 6th exchange of Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners. The Palestinian prisoners, more than 360 of them, to be released in exchange for the 3 that were taken from their kibbutz on the 7th of October. Yeah, it's difficult for us to see there. I think that the hostages have gone behind the screens there. It's a pretty precarious run-up to this Saturday's exchange, with accusations from Hamas that Israel and the IDF were withholding vital aid deliveries coming into Gaza. Many thousands of people who are in need of medical treatment, in need of food, in need of water, in need of basic supplies like tents. Hamas accusing Israel of withholding those supplies, saying that the exchange would not take place this Saturday in response to what they believe to be Israel's non-compliance with their side of the bargain. Israel denied that. But we saw the release of the 3 hostages this morning. They looked in better condition at face value than the 3 that we saw released last Saturday, but they will, of course, be looked over thoroughly in the hospital, having already had a cursory check from the Red Cross, and then will be allowed to return home to their families. We saw jubilant scenes of many of the family members there waiting to see their loved ones for the first time for nearly 500 days, many of whom didn't know whether their relatives were alive or dead. But yes, we're waiting there for the 3 hostages to disembark from the vans. Our correspondent, Diana Magnay, is watching events unfold here. She is in Jerusalem for us. Diana, as I was saying, this is the 6th such exchange as part of this first phase of the ceasefire, and there were many doubts that we would actually see any hostages being released today.
There really were, after the week that has been, with Hamas at the beginning of the week saying that unless Israel supplied more humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, more in terms of shelter, in terms of fuel, in terms of medical supplies, as was agreed upon within the phase 1 of the ceasefire deal, then they weren't going to release any more hostages. The deal was off, basically. And then you had comments from Donald Trump saying if all the hostages aren't released by Saturday at midday, he never said whether that was US time or Israeli time, but it is now past that here in Jerusalem, then all hell would break loose. The second time he's threatened that about the hostage release. And then Benjamin Netanyahu following up saying that the war would continue unless our hostages were released. And I think thanks to very intense mediation between the Qatar, both sides and Qatari and Egyptian mediators, we now are in a position where, Hamas has agreed to release 3 more hostages, as was agreed as part of phase 1, and they are now arriving at the Reim military base, and those tents which you see are where they're going to be receiving their first medical checkups before they are flown in those huge military helicopters to hospitals in Tel Aviv and to their family members. But you were mentioning how, for many of those hostages that we've seen released, they've had no idea about the status of family members who they left on October the 7th or who might have been in captivity with them. And we know that Sasha Trufanov, Alexander, or Sasha as he's known, a Russian-Israeli citizen, his father Vitaly was killed in Kibbutz Nir Oz on October the 7th, and he released, or Islamic Jihad, who were holding him all this time, released various videos of him during that time, in one of which he said, "Mum and Dad, I will be coming home." So it may only be today that he finds out that his father is gone, and I think that shows you the sort of relentless cruelty that continues even when they are out of Hamas captivity, out of presumably the tunnels where they were being held, or who knows where they were being held elsewhere in the Strip, but somewhere where they were kept safe enough to escape Israel's bombardment, pretty much constant bombardment for the last 16 months. And as we were hearing earlier from one of the guests on the programme, I think the really critical thing is not so much whether this phase of the ceasefire holds, but whether we actually move on to the second phase, which should see the withdrawal of all the IDF troops, Israeli troops, from the Gaza Strip, the remaining hostages who are alive, and some of the bodies of the dead hostages, because that would require also Hamas's removal from any kind of authority in the Gaza Strip. And as we've seen from the video today, and as we have done over the last 5 other hostage exchanges, Hamas is still very much alive and kicking in Gaza. And we heard that from Antony Blinken in one of his final speeches. We believe that for all of those Hamas that have been killed or captured over the last 16 months, as many have been recruited, and that is the problem that Benjamin Netanyahu faces as these exchanges continue, or hopefully continue, as far as the hostage families are concerned, and as far as the many, many families of Palestinian prisoners who are being released and also who remain in detention are concerned.
Diana, for now, thank you. We will be keeping an eye on events there in Israel and the West Bank, also expecting more than 360 Palestinian prisoners to be released as part of this exchange. But we will be coming back to that as and when we can update you. But for now, I want to bring you some breaking news from the world of sport. The men's world #1 tennis player, Jannik Sinner, has been given a 3-month ban by the World Anti-Doping Agency. Sinner, who won the Australian Open last month, accepted the ban after reaching an agreement with the agency over 2 positive drug tests last year. The 3-time Grand Slam winner had said that trace amounts of a banned anabolic steroid in his doping sample was due to a massage from his trainer, who used the substance after cutting his own finger. The ban means that he will still be eligible to play in the next Grand Slam. That will be the French Open, which gets underway in May. Well, in a statement, WADA accepts that Mr. Sinner did not intend to cheat and that his exposure to clostebol did not provide any performance-enhancing benefit and took place without his knowledge as the result of negligence of members of his entourage. However, under the code and by virtue of CAS precedent, an athlete bears responsibility for the entourage's negligence. Based on the unique set of facts of this case, a 3-month suspension is deemed to be an appropriate outcome. Now, a manhunt is underway after a woman was seriously injured in an incident outside a pub near Sevenoaks on Valentine's Day. Our reporter, Molly Malone, is outside the Three Horseshoes pub. Morning to you, Molly. What can you tell us?
Well, it was just after 7 o'clock yesterday evening that police were called to reports of a disturbance at this village pub. Now, police and paramedics both attended and found a woman in her 40s who'd suffered serious injuries. Authorities haven't confirmed exactly what happened, but speaking to people here living opposite this pub, they say they heard a series of loud bangs just at about 7 o'clock. One man said he described hearing firework-like sounds. We also heard from a man that was inside the pub celebrating Valentine's with a number of people. This is what he had to say.
So I was out for dinner.
Yeah.
Sitting on the two tables. Might have been more than 12 of us, actually. 14 of us. 6:30 went in there. About 7 o'clock, something happened outside. And then we heard someone had been shot. And we stayed in the pub until they escorted us out.
Well, I live a few yards down the road in Pound Lane, and about just after 7 o'clock last night, heard two loud bangs, which I just thought was a car accident because they tend to have collisions at the top of the road here. Really thought nothing of it. A bit later, we looked out and we could see the blue flashing lights of the ambulance on the car park and the police in attendance.
Now, throughout the course of the morning, we've seen increased police activity. The area of interest, as you can probably see just behind me, is in the car park of the pub. We've seen forensic vans turning up, and they'll be combing through what they'll see as evidence to try and ascertain exactly what happened just after 7 o'clock yesterday evening.
All right, Molly, for now, we'll keep you updated of any developments there in Sevenoaks. Thank you. You are watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to bring you more reaction as 3 Israeli hostages are freed this morning with the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners underway. We will be bringing you updates to that top story and also all the latest from the Munich Security Conference, where we've been hearing from President Zelenskyy. This is Sky News Today. It is 11 o'clock. Here are the headlines. 3 Israeli hostages who were abducted on the October the 7th attack have arrived back in Israel. The 3 men were released as part of the Gaza ceasefire deal. It follows a turbulent week in which both sides threatened to pull out. 369 Palestinian prisoners are being released from Israeli jails. In exchange for the hostages, we'll bring you all the latest live. And Ukraine's President Zelenskyy calls for an armed forces of Europe to counter the threat from Russia. And police launch an investigation in Kent after a woman was left with serious injuries outside a pub. The men's world #1 tennis player Jannik Sinner accepts a 3-month ban after 2 positive drugs tests last year. Plus, the UK's new rehabilitation centre for the sea turtles, which are increasingly appearing along Britain's south coast. Very good morning. We're going to take you straight away live now to Reem in southern Israel. This is across the border, just into southern Israel, where you can see there the military helicopters, blades whirring. They are about to transport the 3 freed hostages to hospital. They haven't yet arrived at the military facility. As we can see there, they have, in fact, arrived at the military facility. And they are on board those military helicopters, which are now taking off to take them to Ranat Gan and the hospital there, where they will undergo pretty extensive medical tests to assess the effects of nearly 500 days of captivity. We can bring in our international correspondent, Diana Magnay, who is watching these events unfold. They're a step closer